everybody, welcome back to Wampoville. We got something. It's, well, definitely not like anything I've ever painted before. Well, I've been calling them the fungus people for a while, but we've given them a new name, the Truffleites. They are from Archvillain games there. Take a little look-see at the reference that we created, which is there. And again, we did the AI thing where we tried to colorize the miniature best as we could. I mean, it's what it is, right? Here, let me see if we can get my picture back here. Hopefully, hey there, Landrast, how you doing? That might be more like it right there. So again, that's our reference that we created of this thing here. Again, it's not precise. I suppose I could have tried doing one from the other side. No idea what we're really going to be doing on the other side. Just that blues are going to be a lot of the colors. So great to see you there, Landrist. I wasn't sure if you had a chance to do any painting today. I'm going to scare up my reference here. Again, we need, is that the, okay, that's this one here. Let's see, there you are. Okay, that's what we need. Going to get that a little bit zoomed in there. So lots of blues here, lots of violets. And speaking of which, Landrist, check this out. Yeah, look at this here. We got Puro Orange, we got Perling Crimson, we got Cadmium Yellow, we got Brilliant Yellow Pale, Cobalt Blue is out here. We got Cobalt Green, we got all kinds of stuff out here, Landrast. We got Severus Blue, that's the actual Severus Blue. We got our whatchamacallit, our Cobalt Teal Bluish. I mean, this is genuine Indian Yellow. We got Cadmium Green down here. So this is like one of the most expensive palettes ever. And check this out. Oh, hey, I like that, Landrast. You gotta shoot me a message with a reminder for that. Yeah, it's the money palette, the big money palette. So yeah, look at this, Landrast. Yeah, we got these things too. I know some folks like, well, you don't use those anymore. It's like, well, no, I do. It's just not in every session, every video. Now, what we're going to do here is, well, oh, we got Endanthrin blue out here too, by the way. I mean, there's all the blues. We are singing the blues here. So this is the Endanthrin blue. That's going to go down here, I think. And on some of these too, it looks like, yeah. But we'll get into some of our turquoise as well. Nice to see you there, Blades. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Appreciate you guys joining us as always. So, Blades, I hope that the stream was good. Sorry I couldn't join you there. Oh, hey, Grey Wolf. So, Grey Wolf, hopefully everything is kind of mellow there. I guess, oh, I've been meaning to ask Grey Wolf, because I know you did that stuff with that group of gamers that one time, and I wasn't sure if there was looking like you were going to be able to have a chance to do something like that again. Ooh, look at that. That's some of the phthalo turquoise there. So let's see. Where's her? Yeah, we'll put that up here too. We also have to figure out. Gee whiz. So did that weird neighbor come by, Landrast? Yeah, I know you were wondering about that. That was going to happen. And of course, Grey Wolf, you want to share anything in the chat? Of course, please go ahead. Do that. What are we doing here? Let me get maybe a little more of the turquoise there. We're going to also be putting in. Oh, geez, I got to get Egyptian violet out here. It's been so long there, Landrast. I completely forgot about Egyptian violet. Well, we'll use this right here. This will just have to suffice here. Come on, get on out there. Oh, no problem there, Landrast. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Blades just posted. And you can see the interior. That's going to have some well, little different colorations on it for sure. Let's get that up here. Again, this is more of the turquoise-ish type stuff there. Definitely turquoise down here. Hey, Nerifel, how you doing? Nerifel, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead. So Nerifel, this where did it go? Oh, there it is. So this is out on the palette, Nerifel. We're calling this the money palette because it's got all the heavy hitters and then some. Yeah, I mean it literally has all the big boys on there. So again, great to see everybody here. I will put you over here. Sure. We'll put you over here. We're just kind of messing around with. I'm gonna put a little bit of this over here, a little bit of this over here, a little bit of that over there. Yeah. We'll keep going with this. Then we're gonna get some of our violet in some of these areas too. This is the gloriously messy pre-glaze, right, Nerifel? And of course, we're trying to leave this stuff set on there for a bit. So that's where we're also going to be cutting up all of our sponges to give it a little extra time to set up. Any more? Okay, yeah. Let me see if we can't use this here. There's our There's our violet right here. Maybe a little bit of the indanthrine blue as well. That's going to go in here. So Sea Dragon, I hope that Friday treated you well. I hope Friday was treating everybody as well as possible there. I think what we'll do is we'll mix, Indian yellow with our turquoise and see what happens there. So again, some of the indanthrine blue, some of the violet here. Just going to see what happens. No idea how this is going to play out. I know how this is going to play out. Thanks, Nerifel. Appreciate that. Let me see. So Nerifel, I don't know. Had you? I don't know if you've seen the last few vids. We're using some of the colors from this episode right here. Those gambling colors that Kathy's sister sent, and of course, this is our next video that'll be going up on the Patreon page here. This was part 1 of a new series. Hey there, Lion Creative. How you doing? Grey Wolf, what was the last one that I sent you? I don't know if I sent you the one for my sister, did I? Or maybe I did. I might have sent you that one. So that was, I think, the latest one. Grey Wolf. Yeah, Nerifel, there's been a lot. There's been a lot going on. Again, I don't know how much you've seen of like the different references and stuff that we've been doing with the AI. Again, this is the reference we created earlier today, as in like 7 o'clock this morning, because I think I got to sleep maybe at 9 or something like that. So this is what we were working on. We did all 4 of them because, well, I'm also doing a tutorial episode that'll actually probably get filmed tomorrow, Sunday. Yeah, probably Sunday. Boy, that sounds fantastic there, Lion Creative. Actually, Lion Creative, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Lion Creative a follow as well. So yeah, Lion Creative, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry if I spaced on that. It's been a little while there. Again, I hope that things are going as good as they can. All right, there's our violet in there. Now we have to start thinking about some of our greens too. Some other things besides just violet in there. Okay, so now let us grab this here and some of that Indian yellow, and we shall see what happens with that. Down here. Wow, that's a pretty intense. That is a pretty intense green right there. Nice to see you there, Rakiosa. So everybody, check out that and Lion Creative. If you could shoot me a picture of that, that would be great. Because obviously, I can't really see that here. So if you don't mind, shoot me a link of that. That'd be great, Lion Creative. So great to see you there, Valfera. More of our green over here. So great to see you there, Rakiosa. I hope that Friday treated you good and your Saturday is off to a great start. Yeah, Velfra, I was hoping to start this earlier, but there was a whole bunch of messages. And of course, then I had to look for sponges because it's been a little while, right, Velfera? Yeah, that's what you're seeing over there. There are sponges. Okay, we'll get our greens. More of the Indian yellow even. Yeah, oh yeah, we're going to keep rolling with the Indian yellow. This is genuine Indian yellow. So we're calling this the money palette, Valfera. Oh, and there's actually another one that's got like browns and stuff. I'm actually breaking out the quinacridone gold. Was that the... No, is it quinacridone golden brown? Whatever the super expensive one is that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, we're breaking that one out too. Well, hopefully Runic Raccoon is doing okay. Actually, I haven't seen Runic in a while. So hopefully Runic is alright. And Nerifel, if there's anything that you would want to post in the chat, please, of course, go ahead and do that. Oh, there's also Brilliant Yellow Pale on the palette, Valfera. That hasn't been out on the palette in... I couldn't even tell you when. I couldn't tell you the last time that's been out there. So it's a very different look here. Very different palette. Well, sorry about that, Nerf. I think, well, let's see. Wasn't there a change of job or something like that, too? And change of, maybe, not change of location, but I think it was change in jobs. And that, well, that can always wreak havoc on streaming for sure. Grey Wolf, this is like series 99. when you combine everything together, yeah. Oh, look at what we're doing here. Yeah, what is this? This is Pearline Crimson. Because this wasn't expensive enough. Yeah, there goes some Pearline Crimson in there for you. Yep, that's what I just chucked on there. Some Pearline, a Crimson. Now some Van Dyke Brown. Valfera, since we don't have that, we try to make up the difference, Valfera, because there's cobalt blue, cobalt green, cobalt teal bluish. So I figured, Valfera, between those three, we practically have Yinmin blue, at least as far as price goes. It might not be the Yinmin blue, but I think, wouldn't you say, Valfera, we've come close to matching the price there? Thank you so much, Nerifel. Appreciate that. Oh, geez, Nerifel. You didn't see this then. This was last night. Holy smoke. Sorry about that. So, Flat Thursdays. And back to Spacescapes of Middle-earth. It's the Space Shire. Yeah, who knew that it's Shire in space? Yeah, it's Hobbits in space. There you go. Space Hobbits. That's what we did last night. It was pretty wild seeing the interactions between Space Gandalf and Space Hobbits. Ooh, look at this. This is Pearline Crimson and Van Dyke Brown combined because, again, not expensive enough. We got to ramp up that. We got to ramp up those prices right there. Actually, Valfera, well, you might have noticed like a sudden spike in Bitcoin and some of these other financial things. Yeah, that's well, we had to sell off certain assets to be able to get those. So yeah, if you're noticing like the Bitcoin market's a little bit different than it was just well yesterday, yeah, that would be why. Well, we're oh geez, actually Narifel, that's that would be kind of that would be actually Narif. I got to remember that because well, of course, again, there's our Gandalf. There's Space Shadowfax. Well, there's regular space. There's Space Australia, Space Wolf, Space Sauron, Space Lion. But look at this, Nerifel, Space Balrog right there. So yeah, Nerifel, I'll try to do a Space Nazgul because I think now I have a better way of engineering that reference there. Actually, Velfera, you can cancel the Mars exploration. Yeah, that stuff had to be sold off. So yeah, you don't expect to see the Mars exploration happening anytime soon. Again, certain things had to be sold off to get this to acquire this stuff. So those who are hoping for a manned mission to Mars, that's going to be delayed slightly. Unknown, undeterminate amount of time. More violet here. Come on, get in there. Now, yet Nerifel, just think. um, I think that was 10 weeks out from Adepticon. So just think of how many more there'll be by Adepticon, Nerifel. Yeah, just imagine the possibilities. Where's my, there it is. There's my Indian yellow there. Now that's a combination I haven't really tried a whole bunch. The Indian yellow and the Van Dyke brown. Oh, that's spicy right there. So yeah, Velfira, they're definitely. I mean, well, there's one thing that's not here, Velfira. We shouldn't say it because that could create a little bit of a military situation. It involves Prussians. Let's put it that way. So I think you know what I'm saying there, Velfira. But we don't want to speak that too loud, right? That could cause some problems there. Let me get that down here now. Okay, so I think we're starting to really lay in what we need. Let me get this crazy spear point here with something on. Okay, I think we got something on everything. I don't know. I think you could say that this over here, the cadmium yellow Valfira, maybe we can call that mustard yellow. I'm telling you, there's the heavy hitters are out here. I ain't joking. Look at this here. This is cobalt blue. Blammo. Yep, I just chucked a bunch of cobalt blue on these things here. Also over there. Up here. Over there too. So we got 2 cadmiums on the palette. Actually, oh no, I thought we had 3. No, we have 2 cadmiums out on the palette. Because why not? Oh, look at that. There we go. That's some more of our Indian yellow working its way into there. That's going to be a really loss of opaque colors, right? Right, Nerifel, because let's see, Mars violet. Oh well, actually, wait a second. I think you don't have to worry too much because this is out on the palette right here. So there's some of the Mars. Where's it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, we're hoarding all of the Mars right here. We got all the Mars bars. Actually, Mars Black is out there too. Yeah, there definitely won't be zinc out there, that's for sure. Nasty, tricksy zinc. Woof. No zincs here. Zinky zinkies. I'm gonna go cobalt blue on that thing too. So as promised, oh, you know what? This was the original truffle light right here. I think everybody remembers Mr. Giggles. It's like, so how'd you get the name Mr. Giggles? It's like, I don't know. For whatever reason, they said I was like a really fun guy. I don't get it. Let me get that back in there. So yeah, there's Mars Yellow Deep and there's Mars Black. Okay, we got this stuff out here now. Where's the scissors? The scissor races will commence. Actually, it's a blindfolded scissor racing. That's like a new challenge, blindfolded scissor racing. Oh, and by the way, it's also a hurdles. So it's it's blind scissor racing with hurdles. Because what could possibly go wrong? Start chopping up these sponges here. Yeah, we figured, sometimes we just got to cut people up, right, Valfira? And this is very different than when we used to use just like the entire sponge. Then I would kind of maybe cut it into 3-4 pieces. I think my record so far is 13 pieces out of one sponge. I'm gonna do one more. Also, letting that stuff set. Hey there, Demonback. How you doing? So happy Friday too, there, Demonback. I hope that you've been doing good. Now, Nerifel, have you been able to get some little bit of painting in there? Hopefully, anyways. All right, there we go. The only alkyd out here is our white. Everything else is wow. Yeah, look at that. It's actual staining. Look at that. Except where there's not going to be, because not all of these were staining colors per se. Boy, Grand Oracle is going to be really upset, right? Right, Valfira, because he's been wanting to see. Well, I'm going to be doing a tutorial video, so no big deal. You'll get to see that. Well, I'll shoot you a message there, Grey Wolf. And again, hopefully, I sent you the Wappleville song and the Victory Bell song. I think I did. Well, very Nerifel, it's I mean, sometimes just doing the painting, even if the results are not what you're looking for. Well, there'll never be results you're looking for if you're not doing the painting right. So, oh hey, actually, Nerifel, do you want to share the your golden? No, is your yeah, your golden demon? Your one piece there. Go ahead and share that. I don't know if you already had a chance to do that, Nerifel. Okay, that's good. That's good, Grey Wolf. Ooh, okay, let's not reuse that sponge there. That's why we cut these things up into so many pieces. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be using them. I'm definitely gonna be using all of these. Yes, indeed, actual pre-glaze. Heaven forbid. Heavens to Murgatroyd. Now, it's kind of dicey on these because, needless to say, there's some fragile bits and pieces on these. Now, actually, that's kind of neat, that Van Dyke Brown Indian Yellow combo there. Now here we got to be, yeah, you can see no real staining power from that cobalt blue. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Nerifel just shared. So see you later there, Grey Wolf. Again, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow and such, and see how thingies are going. Demon Back, if you wanted to share anything you were working on in the chat, please go ahead. Didn't mean to count you out there. Come on, get in here. And this is, I think this is another reason why it's a little more possible to do the pre-glaze on this, because it didn't used to have teensy little sponges like this here. So yeah, Nerifel, that was really, really cool, and of course, congratulations. Boy, we got look at all that refuse over there. I'll have to make sure, we'll have to keep some of these out here, you know, just in case Grand Oracle shows up and we need proof. Proof of pre-glaze, right? To prove to Grand Oracle that we actually did do pre-glaze. Anything more here? Oh, these back here. And remember, Perline Crimson, it is the only true staining red color. Look at that. That's pretty intense, right? Nerifel, I'm sure that's the case. I'm definitely sure. Actually, oh, Nerifel, that's, oh, geez, Nerifel, I gotta send you some of the songs. Holy smokes. Actually, Nerifel, could you shoot me a Insta message there, just so that I remember? Yeah, I gotta send you, Nerifel, I got like 20 songs that I could send you that we did with the AI stuff. And our Hobbit hole here, I already have a song. So when, because I took all the pictures, right? So when those pictures are going, you know, one by one, this that song is going to be playing in the background. So yeah. Oh, let me see. So yeah, and you complained about me and the litter box. Look at this here. Is this your responsibility? It's like, no, I don't know, man. I had a bunch of paint on me, and now there's like a lot less. It's like, yeah, he does that. I don't know what's going on with that. So yeah. Let me. Oh, what was the actually? Nerifel, did you you didn't see the linseed racer, did you? Not the linseed eraser. Oh, here you go. This is the linseed eraser. Yeah, this is not the linseed racer. This is the linseed eraser. And no, that's not like an internet speed race. That is the linseed racer versus the linseed eraser. Okay, I'm gonna keep this pile over here just to torment. Let's see if Grand Oracle shows up later. And we'll just leave that little pile right over there, just to see if he notices. Right, Nurgle Matthew, how you doing there? Nerifel, how many times did that happen? Besides a lot. Because it did. That's right, a lot of those. So happy Friday there, Nurgle Matthew. Where's that? Give me this here. Give me this here. Now, I haven't really heard anything from Golden Maple in a while now either. Obviously, if they're sending stuff, it doesn't arrive here instantly. So we'll see how that goes. Now let's start to think about some lighter stuffs in here. We also oh, looky here. That's cobalt teal bluish. Bam. Cobalt teal bluish entree on the face maybe. Move this. So in some ways the skin is going to be a little bit like what we did here for that one. Yeah, okay. All right, we'll get a few of those. This dude down here. Oh, what we can on this dude. A little something something on this dude. Oh yeah, over here. What about this side? Yeah, fine. Maybe switch to a Severus. I knew it was a lot, Nerifel. I just couldn't remember how many. I just knew there was a lot. More of that stuff. Very much a dry brush for sure. Another dry brush. We had one of those sitting around. So, oh, okay, that's where they probably are, sitting over here. Let's grab one of them. Nope, that's not one of them over there. Ah, it's hiding over here, all right. You can't hide forever. So he hasn't, he's listened to that advice then. That's not really something cats usually do. Now here's that cadmium green. Yeah, there's cadmium green. I might zoom in. Let me see what happens when we zoom in. Okay, let's do a little zoom in there. And the crazy thing was, right, that that cadmium green dried so fast on that other figure there. And I mean, it was shocking how fast that cadmium green dried. So again, there's some cadmium greenish stuff going on there. And we used it on, it was on this video here. Nerifel, we did a whole bunch of color charts. I think there was 20 new colors. Yeah, there was 20 colors, Nerifel. So you might, yeah, definitely check that out on the Patreons there. Because Kathy's sister sent me, I mean, like a massive batch of colors there. Maybe some of that down here. A little bit over there. Mars yellow deep here. On this guy. Some down there. Again, it's a complete randomization of colors here. So yeah, Nerifel, I had cadmium green. Believe it or not, it did used to get used, and there was a video with a color theory in oils that did show cadmium green. It was like it was definitely the first color theory in oils that featured the greens, of which was one of those. Oh, speaking of which here. Oh, look at this cobalt green. Be ready for, this is cobalt green right here that's going on the palette. Or on the figure here. Yeah, that was cobalt green. I can't. It's gonna be a smorgasbord of everything here. There we go. A little bit of that in there. Now we change up to this. So we're gonna take our cobalt blue and that. And we're gonna dry brushy that over the top of this. Some dry brushy over the top of this and these and you. Oh, that's right. I don't have to be washing out the brushes so quick anymore either, or cleaning out the brushes so quick now, because well, they're not alkyds. So yeah, I don't have to worry about that. Now time for some violet here. Been waiting to get this on here. Okay, yeah, you know, I'm gonna do a little bit there. Whoops, we're gonna take you. A little more of that violet there. Well, Nerifel, let's see. Now, if there does come a point where the Saturday sessions, say, are much earlier, like, say, in the afternoon or something like late afternoon, as in more like 5:30 or something like that, I don't know if that would help out with the work schedule collisions there. All right, a little more maybe. And then to gray that violet down, that's where we probably mix in brilliant yellow pale. Yeah. Now I don't have any of the radiant colors out here, mostly because I just well, we're trying to utilize these other ones here. Okay, a little bit of the violet there. Now I know one thing that the camera doesn't necessarily always show is the differences between blues and violets. For whatever reason, it always has a little bit of a hard time with that. I do need to clean out one of these brushes so that I can use it for more dry brush stuff here. So again, the more like 5:36 or something like that. Again, that will be the earliest possible. And even that's a bit of pushing right there, for sure. Now that is our cobalt teal bluish with a wee spot of our white in there. Like this. Also up there. So I think now it's time to just start doing some regular applications here. Let's see what might happen with this guy here. Either that or we do some more. Now let's do a couple of, again, lighter applications here. I want to take our brilliant yellow pale and then some of our turquoise, our turquoise there. Maybe thin that down too. Okay, that's just going to be our glaze. We're going to get all that stuff out of there then. I think this is the one that I wanted over here. I'm trying to work some of this in, and now here we're going to start getting some of our lighter stuff going. Then perhaps back to some glazes up. But all the while here we're going to have our blending brushes at the ready, of course. Blending brushes always at the ready. And of course, this is nowhere near our lightest light here. We're only just starting to figure out, okay, what do we want to do? Well, that's how this is here, okay. That texture's a little different than what I thought it was. Working some of that into the faces here. Again, this is from Archvillain. It's not from that long ago. Actually, I think this release hit probably around Adepticon time. It might have been the March release. Which, well, that would kind of explain why we haven't seen any of these before. Because Adepticon was a little bit busy doing other stuffs. Get a little something lighter on that hand. Blending brush, maybe a smaller blending brush here. Maybe something more like that. We're going to be working cobalts in here, all kinds of wild and fun colors. We're only just now underway. Nice to see you there, Juno. Happy Friday, Juno / Saturday. Oh yeah, it could definitely, even for our East time zone friends, it's most definitely a Saturday. So Blades, hopefully the dragon has been fun. I know that's been a project you've been working on for the last few streams there. Oh, well, that's good. I haven't seen any kind of post Adepticon coverage at all. None whatsoever. It's been full on with all the stuffs here since Adepticon, and of course trying to learn the AI stuff. Needless to say, I learned a whole bunch, only to find out, well, there's a whole bunch more to learn. That's barely scratching the surface. Let that mix with the violet here. And what are we, half hour? So we're 44 minutes in on this here. Let me try to push some of this stuff out of the way. So Juno, I hope that you've been able to maybe get a little bit of painting done on some things. Oh yeah, geez, I forgot about the escalator there in Airfield. I think I only ever used that thing maybe twice. And I think that was before and after Adepticon. Yeah, I never used it during Adepticon. I know that. Yep, that was before when we were doing setup, and then after when we were trying to get stuff taken down. Beyond that, not so much. Let me hit a little something something up here on that pike there. Now we might want to see if I can get a little bit of this turquoise up here. That's okay, Juno. I know again that sometimes schedules just don't allow for that sometimes. Come on, a little something there. Just trying to do like a semi-dry brush there of some lighter tones that still kind of have that turquoise look to them. Nerifel, what would also really help with that is to not be uh, essentially booted out of the main hotel, because that was not helpful, right? Right, Nerifel. It's one thing going over the land bridge or whatever the bridge is, and it's a whole other thing to get out there. Because, yep, ours was one of the rooms that was on that 115 room chopping block. That definitely, yeah. There is no more of that Wednesday through Sunday with no sleep, right, Nerifel? Demon back. That was extra fun, wasn't it? Because we did 2 trips, right, Demon back, and then we're coming back for the 3rd trip, and they're like, nope. And we're like, our stuff is right over there, where those people are, right over there. I believe Demon back. Didn't we have to just pile everything up right by the door and then just throw it out the door? And then drag all of it back at once? Yeah, that went real well, didn't it, Demon back? So yeah, that would certainly be nice there, Nerifel, because that was making things a little bit challenging, to say the least. Demon back, yeah, I don't think I actually got to see the full angry, because I didn't get to see him talking to them. I can only imagine how that went. And I never even got to hear exactly why they could see us down there and just not let us take that one last trip. Okay, so now again, we're doing our lighter greens here. We're going to get all kinds of different colors in here. We're just kind of laying out where some things are going to go. That's it right now. Just laying out a couple of things here. And again, this here's genuine cadmium green and cadmium yellow. Yes. Yeah, Velfera, it's cadmium green, cadmium yellow combined. And like I said, Velfera, there's one that's mostly different shades of brown. I'm going to break out the quinacridone gold and brown for that. Thank you so much, Nerifel. It's been so long since I used it. I don't even know what it looks like anymore. Actually, Nerifel, you have that, right? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, look at this. That is going on the palette right there. But there's not all that much left because, well, we didn't realize that this was literally like platinum right here. So yeah, little did we know, right, Nerifel? Thank you so much. So yeah, Demon back, and remember, I gave all those things to Loot Studios, all those 75 mil figures to Loot Studios, and I also gave the one giant contest piece to Creature Caster. So Demon back that emptied out like 1.5 cases. You know, the wooden cases that I had, essentially 1.5 of those was just filled with stuff that had nothing to do with miniatures, so we could just kind of chuck those around. Didn't matter because there was no miniatures in them. Well, I think it would be. I mean, it's got to be worth something, right? I mean, when there's none. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Look at this. There's a combo we've never seen. At least I don't know if we've ever seen it. A brilliant yellow pale and cadmium green together. I don't think so. Yeah, you thought that was light? Look at this. Yeah, look at brilliant yellow pale. Now that's what we're calling light. Actually, let me tone some of that down. Yeah, you'll maybe darken that stuff up there a little bit. Maybe also try to get some browns up there. Yeah, we're just kind of exploring here. We're exploring with colors, exploring with values. We'll just see what happens here. And we'll be painting another one of these tomorrow on our stream for sure. Nice to see you there, Artemichael. So Artemichael, you want to share stuffs in the chat? Please go ahead, like always. So happy, well, it's happy Saturday for you, I know that. So that would be neither. It's, we're calling them the Truffleites. They're basically fungus people. And there is our reference right there. So these are from Archvillain. And basically everything is made of funguses. So what I did was I gathered up as many tree fungus references as I could and fed in the raw pictures and said, well, colorize these. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Artemichael just shared. So happy Saturday there, Roland. Yeah, I forget what the heck they call these things. Again, it might be it's either the February or the March, I think, release from Archvillain. It's one of those two. Don't remember. Get a little bit more of my cadmium green on some of this down here. Definitely, well, I guess this one is blue enough to maybe be a Smurf right here. And of course, we did bring out already the original Truffleite there. That would be Mr. Giggles. It's like, oh, so you're back. And I guess there's been a lot of puns in this stream. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Every time I show up, there's a bunch of puns. And I still don't get why they call me a fun guy. Mr. Giggles is not necessarily the smartest of creatures in the forest, apparently. I'm going to get me some of this Mars Yellow Deep here. Gonna start doing some other stuffs with some other things here. Let's start doing some other stuffs here. That not necessarily blue, not necessarily violet. gosh, there's is it in Indiana, Narifel, or is it in Wisconsin, or are there a bunch of? There was the Yogi Bear camp, right? Well, it wasn't more. It was sort of like a campground. It was really more like a resort kind of thing because people would go there with their RVs and stuff. Ah, yeah, there was something like that. But yeah, I guess Yogi's still out there looking for picnic baskets. We'll certainly be getting some brilliant yellow pale on this guy. Also, again, we're going to be getting some of our reds, all kinds of things. Just be ready for that. That and those pesky kids. More of that down here, perhaps. So yeah, that it really. Now it took several permutations, and of course I did not. These were all just done on the PC. And as we know, for whatever reason, you get really different results when you do the image stuff on, say, on like an iPad or whatever, and that's really weird. It works totally differently, and I swear the images are also completely different. The way it kind of renders them and such, I swear there is a big, big difference. Working a little bit more of this again. That's it's really weird to try and say a brilliant yellow, pale, and the different colors that are on here because we haven't used some of those in a long, long time. Now, I guess Artemico, I wasn't sure if you were gonna try, and I know you got the support work stuff that you're doing right now. I wasn't sure if you're trying to scare up any more painting commission type things at all. Try and get some of that up in here as well. Nice little complimentary of to the blues there. Now, ooh, this brilliant yellow pale, man, that color's been away for a while, so it's really wild to see that again. So near, sorry, Valfair. I'm glad that you like the one song there. I've got some more that I'm trying to create here. Some more environments. I want to try and do something for the Dead Marshes. I want to try and do something for Arnor. So that's probably the next song you'll be hearing there, Valfair, is something for Arnor. But the difference, what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and go into Chat GPT and see if that can compress the prompt down to 200 characters instead of me trying to figure out how to get my prompt down to 200 characters because I don't speak AI. Clearly, I don't. Okay, there we see a little bit different right there. Now, Artemichael, I guess supports it is, and well, lots of stuff is going to be needing support. So while they like you say, that's not exactly the ideal thing that you wanted to be doing, but it's a thing. And a thing is better than no things, right, Artemichael? Oh, look at this, Nerifel. Here it is. Puro orange. Puro orange takes the field. Mixed with a little bit of brilliant yellow pale, which I don't think we've done that yet. What the heck series is brilliant yellow pale anyways? I gotta look. I don't remember. Is it a 2 or a 3? Okay, it's still in its box. Okay, so it's a 2. Nope, nope, nope. These guys, not those. Over here, a little touch of that too, and then over here. Alright, a little of that here too. Again, that's got more of a reddish tone to it, not a radish. But here, see, we've got that warmer tint over the top of some greens there. Sure. That's going to go over the top of some blue there. And we just hit the 1 hour mark. So again, pre-glaze or no pre-glaze or in-glaze, it happens quick. Don't blink. Don't blink. Like so even the fungus person has eyelids, and I don't. Yeah, that's just fantastic. Boy, that is a very ornery, angry angel right there. That's not the weeping angel. That's the angry angel. Boy, Velfair, I'm telling you, after getting real used to the alkids and stuff, being able to work with these, it's pretty wild. Holy smokies. What was it? Oh, Alkids Anonymous, right, Velfair? I think that was what, was it Surface Tension or Camda? Or I think maybe both of them created some images for Alkids Anonymous. I mean, we say it all the time, right? That your regular oils are going to have way more powerful pigmentation. They ought to. At Pearline Crimson prices, right, Nerifel? They ought to. Let me work some of this into here with my blending brush. Just move some of that around back there. And again, these are fabulous 3D prints from Archvillain. More of the orange mixed in with that. Lighten you up a little bit along some of those edges. Blending brush here. Now, of course, there's going to be some interesting, I don't want to say, they're not really downsides, but there's going to be interesting implications, which means that it's not going to set so quickly, right? So less is more and more is way too much. Well, the less needs to be way less, and the more needs to be a whole lot less more. Yes. Change is everything. Which is why I'm starting to kind of advocate the alkyds as maybe, especially for folks that are just kind of getting into the oils, maybe you think about getting yourself some of those alkyds. Oh, look at this. Now, here's a combo that has never happened because they've never been on the palette at the same time. That's Pearline Crimson and Indian Yellow together for the first time. And that is every bit as spicy as I figured that would be over there. Yeah. Now, let me see if I can't gets me some of this over here. Ah, there we go. Oh, there we are. That's what we needed there. It's going to go on these guys here as well. Because raisins or raisins, either way. I think Demonback, that's what we're going to have. We've got to make sure we have a nice supply of the chocolate-covered raisins in case we need to clear our way through security quickly. And that'll be our rapid response team there as we deploy the chocolate-covered raisins. Because they'll never see it coming, right, Demonback? Until it's too late. Some of that's going to work its way out onto these as well. So again, we have the violet there. Now we're starting to put some other colors in on this here too, and we will be going back with some other darker glaze things. We're kind of working in the mid-tone to lighter mid-tone range at this point here. Oh, and look at what's going to happen here. I think we're on more of that purring crimson. And that's going to go down there. Also, a little bit back there. Art and Michael, the Geneva Convention has tried several times to enact legislation and rules regarding those. We have been able to resist those thus far. Now let me get some of this red into here. Nice. He's starting a little different, right? Even a little bit of up here down into the recesses. Also up here with his little bunny ears there. Nerifil, I don't think I've sent you any pictures of any of the garden stuff. I'll have to get you pictures of that. Because that's the regreening of Wappleville. That has been ongoing the last month, 5 weeks or so. And deploy some of our Van Dyke Brown mix there. We only need the masks there, Nerifel. Now, I would suggest the heavy-duty carbon filters on those. Because, yeah, believe me, once the chocolate-covered raisins are deployed, they might use that stuff just to try and dissipate it, because it will be too strong. Let me get a little smidge of some red down in there over here too. Just a little bit of stuff's there. Now, how's about... there's my Indian yellow. Little pink ears on this guy. A little something more over there. So, Nurgle Matthew, I hope that Friday was great for you. Now, Nurgle Matthew, do you have some fun stuff planned for the weekend here, hopefully? I guess Landrast, is MTEL still kind of on the road there? Bouncing around from convention to convention? Again, now see we got some reds over there on him. We haven't even started to get any of our lighter violet on this just yet. What is... Okay, I thought that was like another weird little skelly friend right there. That would have been surprising. Now, let me do a little something quick here. Let me... Are you the... Yep, that's the one. So, brilliant yellow pale. And some... Ooh, holy smoke. Wow, there, again, there's a combo we haven't seen in a while. That's a brilliant yellow pale and Indian yellow. Shazam. Just bring a lot of replacement filters there, Valfera. Yeah, each filter is going to last you about 45 seconds. Of course, those of us that have consumed the raisins, we will have that positive kind of airflow around us, so it's going to be like a little bit of a shield. So think of it kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts and all that kind of stuff that keeps out solar radiation and solar particles. So yeah, it's a little bit more like that. Well, great to see you there, Recoil. Everybody, please say hello to Rico, and well, of course, happy birthday yesterday. And of course, Rico, I don't know if, oh, Rico, check this out. I think I sent you some of these, right? Some of the AI images here. Hopefully I sent you some of those. Valfera, you know, it's kind of like, remember the old War of the Worlds movie? And when they were shooting at the Martians and basically looked like there was a little glass thing over them because, well, there was. Yeah, it's a little bit like that. Think of them as very aggressive shields. So recoil, some very interesting results, and oh boy, Brisbane just took a lead over GWS. So GWS had led, but now it's a 2-point lead to the Lions. And of course, speaking of close game, that was, I don't know what the weather was like at oh, so it was down in Tasmania. That must have been classic Hobart weather, right, Recoil? Because it was 47, 44. Unless they're playing on the west coast of Tassie, then it would really explain that. Because holy smokies. There's something about Marvel Stadium, though, right, Recoil? There's some kind of magic in there for the doggies. They go in there and they score 100 points. Well, actually 130 something in this case. So Hawks winning, not so good. Lions winning would be better. Yeah, we're suddenly Brisbane fans. That's not usually the case, but now, for today, we are definitely Brisbane fans. Yeah, recoil. I wasn't sure because I know that the west side of Tasmania there's basically almost nothing there. Almost everything is on the eastern side because there's pretty much nothing blocking weather for, oh, I don't know, about 3,000 miles on the west coast. Let me go straight to Brilliant ALPL. So, recoil, we're calling this the money palette here because, well, there's a ton of money invested in this palette. Not necessarily by me, But there's a lot of money here on this palette. And again, Recoil, if you want to share anything, please go ahead and do that. So again, more pure orange, more of the brilliant yellow pale. And then we're going to start getting into some cobalt blue. We're going to start getting into cobalt green because we're just basically it's a test of a whole bunch of stuff. And if anybody saw that video with this one right here, again, this is one of our tutorial videos on the Patreon page. When I was spending, believe it or not, this dried shockingly fast. I mean, even, well, the cadmium green was basically almost dry the next day. Totally shocked. So again, Recoil, thank you so much for being here. And well, it was great to see Mom there. And of course, that lasagna thing there, Recoil, I wasn't kidding. I gotta try that. This is a cuisine channel after all. That is definitely going to be a wintertime only exercise, though. I wondered, Recoil, if I should try doing that in the toaster oven instead of a regular oven. Because if I do that, Recoil, then I could, I actually could make it in the summer. I'll just stick the toaster oven in the garage. Yeah, we'll do that. So let's see, we're about not quite midway through the third quarter, and the Lions still have that narrow lead over the Giants. Valfera, are you sure it was only one truck? Because Valfera, that might have been the marked truck, but that maybe didn't show the 15 other trucks also loaded with gold bars. Yeah, so that's kind of how they roll there. Yeah, there's like the obvious stuff that everybody sees, like, oh look, there's a truck, a Brinks truck must have gold bars in it. You didn't wonder why the ice cream truck was not stopping for any kids and why it was going 80 miles an hour on a highway? Okay, let's get some of our lighter violet up here. I was wondering, Recoil, now I guess if you can find the right kind of, I don't think you're putting something like a something like a Pyrex thing in the air fryer, are you? Because I've never put anything else in the air fryer except just the metal grate that comes with it. That is the only thing I've used in there. Again, sorry about the voice. All out of cough drops. So I'm probably going to have to, shall we say, refresh the medicine a few times. So I apologize if I gotta step away at a point there. And now we're starting to get our vibe. Remember, this was all kind of looking very much the same. And of course, we did pre-glaze on this. How many times have I said the pre-glaze? It's still there. It's not like the Loch Ness Monster or something like that. It actually does exist. Getting some more of our violet down here. And this, of course, this is not our lightest violet either. Nope. More of that lighter violet down over there. So here. Literally using violet and green together. Let's get some of that stuff over here. Now, after these couple of streams here, I'm going to get spoiled again. Ooh, yeah, we'll use our cobalt green over here too. Because I'm not going to have to worry about kind of maintaining the the paints out here. I won't have to keep putting little drops of thinner on them because, well, they're not alkyds. I'm going to scare up my reference again here. There we go. Wow, Velfir, that's a pretty amazing unit right there. Again, that's kind of cobalt green in the background there. And we'll be breaking that out again, and we'll put some more of that kind of in some of these areas. We got our turquoise. Don't forget, we got turquoise. That's gonna be coming out here. So we're gonna be mixing the phthalo turquoise and the brilliant yellow pale together. Yeah, we've put cadmium green out here. It's like holy smokies. Yeah, recoil. We've been joking about all the ways that financial markets all across the world have suffered the shock from this palette right here. Yep, and of course, it might even be, who knows, maybe even on the stream tomorrow is when we break out the quinacridone golden brown. That would be very shocking. A color that probably hasn't been used in I don't know how many years. A minimum of 3, possibly as much as 4. Nah, we're going to get maybe more of our green in there. Potentially some cobalt green mixed with maybe Indian yellow. Oh, that's going to be an interesting combo. Because cobalt green is another one of those kind of has that weird sort of opacity to it that's not really opaque, if that makes any sense. It's like the non-opaque opacity. Where are we? 2 hours? Okay, we're not even an hour and a half. We're 82 minutes in. 82 minutes ago, what did it look like? It looked just like this here. Yep, that's what it looked like 82 minutes ago. Recoil, there'll be people trying to melt this down to get the paint off of it or something like that. Because we got them all out here. We got 2 different cadmiums, 3 different cobalts, Egyptian violet, and Dancerin blue. Also, what else is over there? Again, there's a couple of cadmiums. Perling crimson is out here. Let's see, what is the Puro orange is out? All series 7 of it. Let's put it this way, Rico. If I sold off the colors that I have here, I could buy my own footy club and build a stadium with the amount of money that I'd get from that. Yeah, Velfira, again, there's if you've noticed, there's like complete pandemonium at the IMF. Wondering what the heck is going on. So yes, if there's any kind of upsets in financial markets across the world, it's just because of our color choices here. Arda Michael, we use the Raisin security system. So yeah, again we've kind of a long range detection system when certain intruders or things are detected, then the raise in defense system is the RDS is activated. Gonna get me a little touch of the violet here. I mean, think of it like those little like red laser pointer things that you see people ducking through in the spy movies. Just way more lethal, and not like little lines. Okay, that is, well, that's a whole lot lighter. I don't know if I wanted it quite that light. I guess we can roll with that. All right. Nice to see you there, Gladius. So Gladius, I think you joined in not long before I raided into Esmeralda there last night. So great to see you again, Gladius. Thanks for joining. Appreciate that. So Gladius, this is what we were painting last night. We've definitely been painting some unusual things here. So yeah, this was well, this is almost as colorful as their little Hobbit landscape or spacescape right there. Yeah, okay, you know what? Maybe not so bad to get quite that light. So thanks, Gladius. Appreciate that. Yep, another in our Spacescapes of Middle Earth series. We're gonna have to do some more darker glazy things, I think, on some of this too. Now, Gladius, it should be really interesting to see what happens with a film noir on this, because we haven't done one on this yet. So, well, let's see what happens. So again, take a little look, see what this is like, and what this is like, and then we'll make it like this. So, I mean, yeah, there's some values on there, but obviously we're only just hour 27 minutes in. But boy, oh boy, look at the difference. Look at the differences. I mean, this is insane, right? We're still not even at 50 yet. Still not there. Still not there. So there we okay. Now we're at 50. Actually, well, we didn't do one on the Hobbit spacescape here. Let's do the Hobbits in space. Oh no, we did do one of these. That's right. We did do. I'm gonna zoom out, and then we're gonna zoom away the color. So I get that. Now that is edge contrast. You can really see the edge contrast there. Again, our Hobbit hole, that is where all the sharp edges are. Everything else, right, those are pretty much soft edges. But then we start bringing back a whole bunch of other type of contrasties, right, in addition to the edge contrast. So again, the nifty thing, and we say this all the time when we're working on our vids and such, the whole idea behind this concept, right, is we get to this point as quickly as possible, then we can spend more time doing the more refined stuff instead of just, well, we're going to paint the face and nothing else. It's like, well, yeah, that's not going to be that is not going to be the most efficient way to go about this thing at all. Because I need to see all this other stuff. All right, we need all this other stuff to have the entire context of what we're doing here. You know what? I don't like this idea of this is where we can kind of call a bit of an audible right here. Come on, get on there. That's some of our Perline Crimson right there. So we are changing that. And even maybe some of this here. All the way down in there. Because you thought we was going to do a darker green. in the shadows, huh? Well, looky there. That's Pearline Crimson. Has Pearline Crimson getting down into those shadow areas there. Looky there. Much like the Spanish Inquisition, nobody expects Pearline Crimson in the shadows. More of it here. There you go, right? Boom. Now here we might do a little bit of Pearline Violet. So we're going to get the Pearline. Oh man, that is Pearline Crimson and Egyptian Violet. That was that like a series 12 combined there? Whatever it is, it's end of days for your wallet, that's for sure. Well, especially when you tack on the 3 cadmiums, the 4 cobalt colors that are on the palette. And again, as we have determined, it's going to be called the money palette. Boom, there it is. That's for sure, right, Gladius? Would have been nifty to have oils to paint all of my Inquisition stuff back in the day. Again, that was Demon Hunters. That was not Grey Knights. I had some Grey Knights, but the vast majority was Inquisitor squads of Inquisitor retinues there. Oh, and shopping mall guards with the flashlights. Except they were, what the heck were they? They weren't. They were the elite guardsmen, such as that is. Now we got some of the red going down in there too. So again, look at all these more opposing colors, that sort of thing happening here. Speaking of which, that's going to go there, that's going to go there. I'll try and fish that in from this away. Just like we got over here. Oh yeah, let's do that here too. Again, Pearline Crimson. Sneak a little bit of you down in there. Yeah, I forget what they were, but they were definitely the kind of elite. Oh, they were the stormtroopers. Yeah, I think that's what they were. Yeah, they were the stormtroopers. I think that's what they called them. And I would stick those in in chimeras. That's right. And remember again, this is Demon Hunters. This is not Grey Knights. So we're talking 4th edition, when Sisters of Battle were witch hunters. Ooh, look at that. That changes. Oh, and again, recall all those the images that you created. They were fantastic, and of course the animations really, really nifty. Sure, we'll chuck some of that down in there too. Even over here, even around our turquoise, we're going to get a little bit of that deeper red there. Or no, so this is our violet here. A little more of the Entanthrin blue. Let's start working some stuff around these eyes here. Like that. This one will be tricksy, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean the textures there, recoil, that was super fabulous. Seeing the textures. Blendy brush here. A little more there, okay. We got this. Boom. Over here too. Some of that over here. Again, just making changes along the way here, because we can do that. Especially with the oils. Why not? And again, look at this in the shadow areas here. Almost a straight up, almost like basically like a red and green contrast here. Some of that more of that up here. So again, that's the kind of color surprises that we're always talking about. You know, you're always trying to, I guess, impress judges or something like that. Well, give them some wild color surprises like that. And they don't have to be, necessarily super outlandish kind of things. They can be subtle color surprises too, but something like that. It's gonna make them want to take more looks at your stuff. That's what you want, right? You don't want to just kind of look at it and go, okay, that's a bronze or whatever, and they walk away. Because guess what? They don't have eons to spend looking for every little subtle thing. Now we kind of plopped in some of that. Let's get to some of our cobalt blue here, because we haven't messed with that yet. Cobalt blue. Some of our white here. Wow, this is talk about a rare appearance here by Cobalt Blue. On you go. We have Cobalt Blue, Cobalt Green, Cobalt Teal Bluish. We also have Severus Blue. We also have Phthalo Turquoise. Now looky here. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Let me move this over here. No, this is where we got Cobalt Blue going to be used as a bit of a glazy thing down in here. Because that was what we learned, right? The party skinks. Yes, the party skinks. We learned that with the party skinks that I wanted to get Cobalt Violet out here. I actually couldn't find it because, well, I know which shelf it's in, but I really had to dig for it. So I thought, well, let's save that Cobalt Violet for our next one, where we're gonna quinacridone Golden Brown and Cobalt Violet together. How's that sound for a bargain basement paint experience there? And again, unfortunately, things like the Mars landings had to be canceled. Certain projects had to be set aside in order to fund these per 2 streams and the 3 streams and 1 tutorial video. And of course, then we have the gigantic main character. I forget what she's called. That is going to be a series on the Patreon page because it's a massive object. See how we got the cobalt blue, the cobalt green, all the cobalts out here. There's some of it right there. There's some cobalt there. Guess where else is it going to go? Boom! You didn't think it was going to happen there. Well, we had a bunch of browns, did you? No, I bet you didn't expect that. Yep, that's what's going into recesses there. We got reds, we got blues, we got all kinds of wild, crazy things going on here. And we're not even 2 hours in yet. It's only been an hour 40 minutes. Think of what wild things might just happen. Look at this. Look at this. So I guess what is it that Yinmin blue is supposed to be like more cobalt than cobalt? I forget what's the big deal about Yinmin blue? What does it actually do? That first of all warrants the Series 9 or 10 price tag or whatever it is. Be curious to know what the drying time is on that. No, you probably ain't going to be using much of it, so maybe it won't be that long. Come on, we'll fish this down into here. Got some cobalt blue on his back there. I mean, there's some wild stuff going on here. Now, I do believe we're just going to do a little bit more here, and then we're going to have to let this set for sure. Oh, that might be interesting. Let me try Severez blue with some of our white here. We're going to put that on here, on our edge. There we go. A little more of it right here. So yeah, the cobalt blue, and that's one of the reasons why it kind of exited the building there, was because you need to give that a heck of a lot of set time. You're almost thinking you were working with some kind of a red there. That is unusual for blue, or any kind of blue there, to go, oh, it better not be working back into that too soon. That's usually not what we're saying when we're thinking about blue. See, there's a nice little opposition between that warm and that cooler color there. Oh, look at that. Early stages of quarter number 4, and GWS has actually a 2-score lead. Look at that. Ah, and it's being played. Oh, and it's being played at the GABA too. Interesting. So again, that's some Severus blue working its way there. He moves some of these. There we go. Some of those out of the way. And again, this Aussie Rules Football Report brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. Where's my Phthalo turquoise? So I'm not going to use the brilliant yellow pale with it. Let me hit it with the white first, because I already did the brilliant yellow pale with it. Just a little bit of our white, so that keeps it a bit on the cooler side, because that's what I want down in here. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. So Inganes, hopefully you get yourself the chance to stream a couple of times this weekend like you were talking about. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. And of course, Inganes, why don't you post some nifty stuff in the chat? Because yes, Inganes does the streaming, and yes, Inganes does the oils. So everybody please give Inganes a follow. Where are we at here? Get down in there. I wonder, so let me do something here with our Endanthrin Violet. There we go. There's a new combo. Again, there's going to be tons of new combos on this one here. Lots of new combos that we have never ever done before. Just going to darken up that hand. I wanted to get that away from the brown there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared. And again, please give Inganes a follow if you could. So Inganes, we have so many heavy hitters out here. The only alkyd on the palette is our white. Everything else, regular oil paints. No other alkyds. Ratcheting up the color intensity by orders of magnitude here with Egyptian violet, Indian yellow. Oh, that's fantastic, Inganes. That is sensational. Eventually, we'll get ourselves some more of the TC stuff assembled and ready to rock and roll. So there's three cadmiums out there. You got cadmium yellow, you got your cadmium green. Oh no, there's not the. I thought there was a cadmium red. So there's two cadmiums. 1, 2, 3. There's. I guess there's only 3 cobalts. Okay, I thought there was 4 cobalts. Oh, there's no cobalt violet. That's right. That I didn't manage to get that out on the palette. So there would have been 4 cobalts out there. Not kobolds, but cobalt colors. And tomorrow's stream might just be featuring quinacridone gold and brown for the first time in years. Yes, the Doomsday color. Even more expensive than Yin Min Blue. Because, well, now it doesn't exist. I'm gonna have to get me some more of my Indian yellow out here. Come on. There we go. Change you up a little bit there. Now, Inganes, well, we just kind of created an umber. We did respect the umber by creating one out of the Van Dyke brown and the Indian yellow, because it was very umberesque. Definitely very umberesque. Now, this is our phthalo turquoise here. Coming back in, doing some stuffs. Again, the cobalt green, that is, it's kind of a weird thing because it's got opacity to it in a weird way. It's sort of like the Puro Orange, which should not be opaque, but it kind of still is. Okay, so yeah, now we're starting to feel some of our turquoise up in there. Somehow did not get my Perline Crimson right there or over there. Also some down there. So again, everybody please give Ingones a follow. More of them here. And this is another one of those golden maple brushes. One of the reasons we're using it is it's super soft, so it is not like our usual liner brush that has the much stiffer bristles. Because here, of course, remember we're also using the regular oil paint, so you thought we needed a light brush stroke with the alkyds? Holy smokies, you really need a lighter brush stroke now. With all these, again, these heavy hitter paints right here. So thanks for being here, 8th Gate. Thanks for doing the follow thing. Everybody please be like 8th Gate and give Ingones a follow. So 8th Gate, thanks for being here. I know you've been here pretty much from the get-go. So appreciate that. Now, of course, Blades is probably here, but Blades sometimes kind of wanders in and out a little bit. Okay, here's that, again, that cobalt green. I will just, I'm going to see what happens when we mix the brilliant yellow pale with it because, well, never had a chance to see that before. That's it's almost a little bit like perline black. It's like the super expensive perline black. He works some of that now onto, I guess, well, his skin, if they want to call it that. And again, we're going to refer to these guys as the truffleites. Fungus people doesn't really quite do the trick, so we're going to call them truffleites. Yeah, I don't remember what the release is called, but these are called, I think they're called Zymors or something like that, or Zygomors or something like that. Again, these are from Archvillain. A release from not all that long ago. I believe March, either February or March, one of those two. So it's an interesting kind of, I don't want to say gingy, but it's certainly not a super saturated greenish blue there. Well, that's fabulous, 8th Gate. I hope that all this stuff has been helping out. Some of the crazy experiments, and there's been a lot of them, right, 8th Gate? Holy smokes. There has been some crazy experimentes going on. And the one I'm filming Sunday is going to be interesting, because that is the first, like, real test of our paint, prime, and sculpt simultaneous thing, which I still haven't had a chance to test that yet. We are going to try to test that on Sunday, I think. That's going to have more of our, again, crazy cobalt green mixed with brilliant yellow pale. So it kind of acts, it's almost the same sort of effect as when we take the brilliant yellow pale and mix that with the perline crimson. Only it's a bluish green. Because it de-intensifies it a little bit, but also enhances the opacity, which ironically enough then kind of compensates for the loss of color intensity. What do we got going here? Let's do some of this now. Like so. More here. Like you do. Yep, let's get some of that green up in here. Also even up here into our violet. That's not radiant gray either. We're not manufacturing that right there. So again, we need the kind of the softer bristles here of this the golden maple brush. Now, had we done the darker primer routine on these, we probably would have used those golden maple, like the makeup style brushes, right, to do the dry brushy stuff. So yeah, all kinds of wild colorations going on here. Now, Inganes, they'll do it everything at your own pace, right, Inganes? And well, Inganes, just think of how many years it took to just with the oil paints, right, since 2020 to find all of the increases in efficiency. Well, we were just talking about pre-glaze, no pre-glaze, and the impact that has on speed and everything else. The only reason that happened is because, well, there was several other people that tested that at the same time that I was, which is why I'm very appreciative. Folks like you and Ryan and Grant Oracle and Grumdy and such, and Unexpected, Stila, all trying different things with the oils, different colors, different brands, different ideas. So everybody check out that instant ink there that 8th Gate just shared. So again, that's our very different green. Remember, this was all just pretty much various shades of blue. Not all that long ago, because we're not even 2 hours in yet. Yes, not that long ago. This was what looked like, just a bunch of blue. And not much of anything else. I'm going to try and get a little bit of that crazy, wacky, grayish green over here too, maybe. Now, one guys, I always hope that I can make it a little bit less painful, that process, right? Again, because sometimes it can be a wee bit ouchy. Speaking of ouchy, Brisbane's getting a little bit of an ouch here. So unfortunately, it looks like all of the games are not quite going the way the doggies want them to. Now, I do think that GWS is. Let me see what we got here. I think they are already in the 8, so it may not really be that big of a deal. Yeah, it doesn't really. Well, it won't be helpful for trying to get to that spot there. Of course, it's very difficult because the crazy, the ladder thing, I think it's a ladder predictor, so I think it's like assigning them this win, which they haven't won yet. More of our, and again, see this, the point on that's not going to necessarily be the super fantastic point, but what I need is the softness of it. again, that's got to be our turquoise in there. We don't want to forget that. Gotta remember the turquoise in there. Again, that's a little bit of our green. We're going to get some of that over here too. Got all kinds of stuff going on with him. Now he's got green on him. Same thing with this little fungus dude over here. Let's start to work some of that on him. Because we want our cobalt, but we got to get some cobalt blue up there too. Yeah, we don't want to lose out on that. A little bit of this green down here as well. Don't want to get too much of this in here. Also, I want to see what happens. Maybe if I go a little bit lighter with this. Oh, man, we got a bunch up here we want to do. Probably also have to take some of our, do some glaze stuff in there as well. Cadmium green. Wow. That's your cadmium green mixed with your phthalo turquoise. That's an intense color right there for sure. It's going to get us some juicy greens in here. Nice to see you there, Camda. So Camda, we're calling it the money palette. If you have noticed sudden shocks in global prices of everything, that would be because of what's on the palette here. 3 cobalts, 2 cadmiums, perline crimson, puro orange, and that's the Williamsburg puro orange. Brilliant yellow pale is out here, Severus blue is out here, Indanthrone blue is out here. It's crazy. It's absolute lunacy out here. It's pandemonium on the palette. And of course, Canada, if you want to share any of your oil painted stuff in the chat, please do that. Don't want to forget to say that. Again, so we're getting some of our later greens down in there. Camda, I actually had to turn down the overall saturation. That rarely happens, and there's no fluorescence out here either, Camda. Yeah, there's no fluorescent out here. Ooh. There we, oh gee whiz, wow, that is, the opacity, normally something that bright of a color is something like Indian yellow and maybe phthalo green or something. Not necessarily a cadmium green. Well, actually, oh, that can't hurt, right, Camda? And everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Some fabulous oil painted pieces there. And again, we just finally kind of got to the 2-hour mark. Oh, and did you see the sponges too, Camda? Yeah, sponges, because look at this. It was a pre-glaze, and that's what it looked like 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 28 seconds ago. Of course, the 28 seconds, that's what makes the biggest difference. But yeah, there you go. Look at that, sponges. They exist. And we're still going to get more of our yellow also too on this part of the arms, I guess. Oh yeah, and Camda. Oh, here it is. So there's our Zygomore, and there was our little coloration that we did to create some references there. So yep, Camda, and then of course, and Grand Oracle is not here to witness, so that's why everybody else has to stand up and confirm. You know, if Grand Oracle comes in here and doesn't believe me that this Yas pre-glaze does exist. Oh, also Egyptian Violet was out here too, and if we got all of those heavy hitters out here, we might as well do a pre-glaze, right, Camda? Okay, good. There was some weird. Oh, it was a hot glue string was hanging off of that thing. Sure, why not? We'll get a little bit of that warmer green down in there. Camda, it was interesting because if you go back to just the pre-glaze part, it almost looked like the entire thing was just blue. You couldn't really see the difference between, say, the cobalt turquoise, the endanthrin blue, the indigo, the violet mixed with the blue. But then once we started hitting with our lighter colors, that did start to bring out some things. And then the brilliant yellow pale Camda. I forgot just how powerful brilliant yellow pale was. It had been a long time since we'd comboed it with a bunch of different things. So yeah, lots of interesting new color combos, like the cobalt green mixed with the perline, or sorry, with the with the cobalt green with the brilliant yellow pale, kind of makes it like perline crimson. It's hard to explain because it seems like it should be dingy. I think Endanthrin blue does the same thing. You mix it with something on the palette and it looks real dingy there. You get it on the figure and all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, what the heck happened? Because it did not look like that on the palette. It looked way more subdued. You get it on the figure and wham, punches you right in the face. Couple more of our lighter greens down here. And of course, Camda, we had quite the festival painting our space hobbitses there last night on the stream. Yep, hobbits in space. So some might ask, well, why didn't they just take the space shuttle to Mordor then? Can really hit some lights over here too, but I'm gonna, I don't know, I think I might just put some new Indian yellow out here. And again, this is the genuine, real deal right here. Williamsburg. There we go. I don't need much of it. The only reason I gotta put more out there is because a whole bunch of green worked its way, or a bunch of the brown worked its way on there, and I need a little bit of straight up Indian yellow. There we go. That is what I needed. For some of this stuff down here, also got to get rid of some of that paint that's on there. By the way, as light as this is still maybe a value 3. I mean, maybe it's a value 2. It is not. Even brilliant yellow pale is not white. So it's not as light as we can go. Yeah, this is like a value 2.5. It's not even a 2. It seems like it's brighter than it is. But as we get kind of more, later on when we're getting more towards the end, then we really get into stuff like our brilliant yellow pale, maybe even mixed with some of our fast matte white. Or sorry, our that's the only alkyd is our alkyd white. Oh yeah, that is definitely darker than I thought. Again, it's gonna look really light on here. Sure enough, does look light on there. Nice to see their surface tension. These are very fun guys, right? Surface tension. And of course, surface tension, why don't you post some of your stuffs there? Surface tension, that's, you know what? I was saying that this was the money palette, right? The most expensive palette ever. But it doesn't include the most expensive color, right? Cadmium gray. Because that is only available in Welshlandia. Everybody check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Some more fabulous oil painted miniatures there. And of course, Brilliant Yellow Pale. Back on the menu. And that does make a difference. That is a... Now I know why I used to use that all the time on the palette, because of the massive opacity of that. Look at that, man. Don't fool around with the Brilliant Yellow Pale, and even that again is not as light as we can go. Of course, I don't know if you can see, there's a little pile of sponges over there. Surface tension, yes indeed. This was a traditional pre-glaze. For the first time in a very long time, traditional pre-glaze. Yeah, and Ganes, it's I basically, when that was on the palette, that essentially kind of became the white because of its intensity, right? Surface tension. Thank you so much. We'll probably have a little bit of a re-establishment of this after a bit, because I wasn't able to get to the store to get the cough drops. So we will need more medicine. Dropping in more of our lights over here. Now, surface tension. So I did all of these on the laptop there, and I swear that creates more almost cartoonish type things. If you, I think I sent you the ones of the that Nerixon figure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I sent you those on Instagram, and those were done on the iPad, and I swear they are just more realistic. It's just, I don't know how else to put it. Okay, now this has almost some pinkishness to it here. It's gonna get a little bit, there we are, a little bit more here. Also up there. Also down over here. All the way down there. This is gotta work its way down in there too. Alright, surface tension, I'll send those to you. Now the downside is, when you mark off those areas on the iPad, and then you say, okay, well, replace that with this image, it doesn't really do it because it says, well, you can't have that image and this. So that is a massive difference from the laptop, and I think it does really limit what you can do. I need to get me more of this. There we go. Going with some of the... Now let's get to our violet. Let's go back to our violet here. So yeah, I can't wait for you to see those, and then you kind of... I'll send you these two, surface tension, and then you'll be able to really see the difference in the two. And I think there's a substantial difference. Now, I didn't go back in and kind of like try to redraw areas, so on these things here. What was interesting is my reference as far as colors was I basically found as many pictures of tree fungus as I could find, and it actually managed to somehow identify all those different tree funguses. And it said, so I'm going to use this fungus for this head, I'm going to use this fungus for this over here. And I went, okay. Since I'm not an expert in tree fungus, I had no idea what it meant and which one it was going to use. Again, I'm a little shy on my my ornithological or botany there. I would imagine that fungus still maybe falls under botany. So surface tension, I haven't started the painting process of that. We'll be painting up the base. But I think I sent you the pictures, right, of the Mumak stuff. I'm pretty sure I sent you that. That was done also on the laptop, and it kept wanting to create something that was not there. Basically an extra, like a blanket on the Howdah. It's like, that's not on the Howdah. I even did mark it and say, get rid of that, and it just kept keeping it there. So sorry, surface tension. It's kind of hard to remember who I send all the stuffs to. Also, too, it's going to be a little bit difficult because now there's a collection of stuff that is on the iPad, and there's another collection of stuff that's on the regular computers. Renaming chats is also kind of a hit or miss proposition. Sometimes it's very easy, and other times it's like, I was just doing this chat. Why is it not even available for me to rename? Oh, the Venice AI. That's the other thing I've got to check. Sadly, that's one where you can't really hardly do anything with the free version. So it's like, well, okay, if you're not going to let me really explore what this can do. Let's get some of that back here. Back of her head there. Some of our violet there. Some more over here. And then I'm going to try and work in some of this red if I can. I think that's got to be a little lighter. Also, I might break out. Yeah, let's break out this brush too. This brilliant yellow pale, I guess. Oh, yeah. Like I said, it's been a while. It's like I've really forgotten the kind of the power that has to really lighten this stuff up. And also maintain intensity. think I must have been sending to some of the tunes their surface tension. Maybe that's it. I've been sending you a bunch of those, and I keep thinking, okay, yeah, I've got you the stuff. Again, I'm going to throw me even a little bit of the red down in there, a little bit of it down in here. Light as this might look, that's like maybe a 4 as far as lightness goes on that value scale. It is not a light color at all. Again, it certainly appears that way. Put some more of it over on that side too. Now up here on the shoulders, that are not really shoulders. Now, I don't know if you got the latest Hobbit one there, surface tension, and did you get the one about Orthanc and the Saruman there, the White Wizard? Now it's got a bit more of the brilliant yellow pale in there. Again, catching some more overlights there. So what are these? I think they're called zygomores, right? I think that is it. And oh yeah, truffleites. That's what we've been calling these. The truffleites. A little bit more of our lighter reddish stuff there. A little something up there. Now let's get some of that down here on this stuff over here. And then we'll probably put, again, some of our cobalt green in the shadows. Yeah, cobalt green of all things is also on the palette. Cobalt blue, cobalt teal bluish. So 3 different cobalts, 2 different cadmiums. And oh, and tomorrow's surface tension, I do believe I might do the one, and I think it's going to be the reintroduction to quinacridone golden brown. Yes. Yeah, maybe we'll even find out. We'll have to put it on there, see if it does any staining. At like series of bazillion, it probably should, but who knows? Come on, a little bit more there. That lighter, boy, that really changes. Again, all of this stuff was pretty much at one point just various shades of blue. This was the one outlier we took, was that Van Dyke brown and our Indian yellow, mixed those together and hit that, but otherwise it was all pretty much just various blues, maybe some turquoise you could see. Try and get me a little bit of that red down there. Let you kind of mix in with the gray here as well. Let's try and get some of this lighter red up here. Around the edge of that. A little more here. So yeah, the quinacridone golden brown, again, a color I have not touched in. I don't even know if the tube might even be stuck short, stuck closed there. It's been so long since I used it. It might refuse. It might not come out of the container. It's been in there. It's like I need a more regal miniature. I'm not gonna allow myself to be painted on fungus. Now some of that red going down here a little bit, just to get a little something there. All these different colors, different crazy things going on here. Maybe put a little bit of that on the underside of that. Yellow pale. Well, that's going to be a little lighter also. Got to get that right here. There we are. And almost kind of more of a gold look to it as well. So we'll put it maybe on those. Work that over onto this side here. I think I still want to try and get some kind of either tufts or some kind of flora and fauna on this thing. Yes, quinacridone golden brown will turn that frown upside down. Come on, let's work that in over here too. That's that brilliant yellow pale. That's not the pearline crimson. That is our other red there. That is our basically naphthol. Not naphthol scarlet, more like a straight up naphthol red. It's the Richardson version, actually. I guess we should have put Fanchon red out there to be fancy. Come on, a little bit. There we are. Nice to see you there, Doji. So Doji, there's 3 cobalt colors on the palette here and 2 cadmiums. Yes, there is. That cobalt green that was in the one video, that's out here. The cobalt blue is out here. We have, of course, cobalt teal. Oh, there's been some serious punnage going on. And here it is. There's the brilliant yellow pale mixed with the cobalt teal bluish again. So even going even more here. And of course, Doji, I hope that you had a fabulous acquisition of bakery products. And of course, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, please do that as well. Appreciate you being here. And Doji, here is the reference that we created. And I just decided to use theirs. I didn't even have time to take photos and try to use those like I did with the Mumak and the Nerixon figure. Come on, there we are. We needed to get a little bit more light on the... Whoops, not quite that much. We'll get rid of that and do a little blending brush here. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared for more fabulous oil painted miniatures. Maybe, what are we doing here? Let's get back to this. Maybe lighten you up even a little more. Maybe catch a little more of the teal out on the end of that. So it's still going good here. I don't see anything weird there. So Grant Oracle, great to see you. So Grant Oracle, check this out. Look at this. You know what this means, Grant Oracle. Also here, look at this. So that's what it looked like right there. Yeah, check it out, Grant Oracle. It's kind of wild, right? Thank you so much, Grant Oracle. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, yep, I promised it, right, Grant Oracle? I said there was going to be pre-glaze on these. I will be doing one tutorial video on one of them. At least, yeah, we'll do one tutorial video on these, and then that'll give me a chance to kind of go over the AI reference stuff that I did for them. And we're getting to get a little bit more of this. Again, that's got more of the brilliant yellow pale. So yeah, there's Egyptian violet, the real Indian yellow. Yeah, not an alkyd Indian yellow. There's the only alkyd out here is the white. Cadmium green, cadmium yellow are out here. Cobalt blue, cobalt teal bluish, cobalt green even is out here. So yeah, there's some all-timers out here. Some pretty hefty colors. And tomorrow, Grand Oracle, I do believe we're going to see the reintroduction of quinacridone golden brown. It is definitely going to be a very spore point for them, right? Surface tension. They won't be fun guys anymore. How's about we also welcome in Eric and wife Eric. How are you doing? Thanks for the raid. Now I'm sure most everybody here is already following Eric and wife, but if you're not, please go ahead and give Eric a follow. So Eric, yes, the crazy fungus people, as promised, right? There they are. Well, this is one of them. Oh, let me see. 2 hours 33 minutes ago, it looked like this. Yep, some great brand. Yes, we did traditional pre-glaze on this. Believe it or not, using a whole bunch of our new colors. There you go. There's some of our sponges right there. There is a massive fungus among us, right, Grand Oracle? Whoops. How about we'll hold it this way? There we go. This is what we painted on stream last night. It's kind of has some of the same wild colorations there. So yeah, that was our stream last night. Oh geez, Arid, sorry I didn't get you those pictures and the songs and stuff. I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, Arid. But again, everybody please give Arid a follow if you could. And now Arid, I think you were doing regular jewelry right on the stream this time. It was not. So the dogs are sad, right, Arid? They're getting they probably got very used to those homemade treats there. Now they're all sad because they're not getting more homemade treats. So surface tension, these are all from Archvillain right here. Just like we saw on our logo here. I think we do, yeah. Oh no, I did get wiped out. Never mind, because that one image there is covering the logo. But there again, there's our, well, here, let's move some of these. I kept the sponges out here for you, believe it or not, Grand Oracle. I was telling earlier to, like, Valfera and stuff, all the folks that were here early on, they had to be proof, they had to be witnesses, Grand Oracle, that yes, the pre-glaze still exists. So yeah, that's what I was saying. No more, no more additional treats made for him tonight on the stream. Sad doggies. Yes, because I still have to tell you the crazy story of the cleanup that had to be done in the yard there. Oh, I see it now. There's surface tension. I see it there. Sorry. It's we've kind of continued with the whole lack of sleep thing here, so my apologies for not picking up on that sooner there, surface tension. Yep, I should have seen the lack of a U, right, surface tension? And it's funny, surface tension, because all the time I'm talking about, you know, with the 3D printing, right? No mold lines to deal with. Ooh, here's some cobalt, yeah. You got the cobalt blue down here, Grand Oracle. We're gonna get some more cobalt blue. Had to let that set for a while. And of course, our original truffleite here was Mr. Giggles, and this is kind of, you can see we're trying to do sort of the same thing here. It's like, oh, so you're back, and you still never understood why the whole Mr. Giggles thing. It's like, yeah, I just don't understand why they think I'm a fun guy. Grand Oracle, remember, I don't know if you've seen this video here, but the cadmium green here was almost dry the next day. It was shocking. And this, I think, only took maybe a day and a half, maybe 2 days tops before the cadmium started. And that was all cadmium. Cadmium green, cadmium yellow, cadmium red. There was nothing else on there. And remember, there was no alkyds either. I didn't even use the alkyd white on that thing. So, very shocking, right, Grand Oracle? See you in a bit there, Arid. And again, everybody please give Arid a wave a follow if you're not already doing so. So yeah, Grandor, it's really, it's wild to see these colors on the palette. And yeah, quinacridone golden brown. We're going to find out if that's a staining color there, Grand Oracle. Now, I think we'll be combining that with things like the, probably some of our Van Dyke Brown. Oh, asphaltum. We'll get our asphaltum back out there. Yeah, we got all kinds of fun stuff we're going to be using on that stream tomorrow. Grand Oracle, it's been so long, I don't even remember what it looks like. I have no clue what it even looks like anymore. So nothing like just trying to recall what a color looks like that you haven't used in probably 4 years, just live on stream. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? Yeah, this is a lighter version of our cobalt blue here, but still. Right now our darkest, and now we do have some of the Indianthrin blue still on this shroom here. Come on, there we go. Yeah, speaking of setting there, Grand Oracle, boy, you really have to give these cobalts time to set. As in, definitely some extra time. Don't be hasty, little hobbits, with the kobolds there. And then there's the cobalt green. We got to start here. We've also used the cobalt green, mixing that with some of the brilliant yellow pale. In some ways, it's a little bit like perline black mixed with the brilliant yellow pale. Gonna get some of our cobalt blue over here. Now, or in the case of the people that bought Yin Blue and Quinacridone Golden Brown, no breakfast again ever, because all their food budget went into those two colors. Where's my... Oh, yeah, let's try this turquoise out here again. We're probably going to do some more little glazy things over here. And again, we're only, what, not even 3 hours in. Not to say Grand Orga, it was very weird just doing the gray primer. I was just automatically reaching for either the ebony flesh or mixing the terracotta with the black, just reflexively. Stronger with the brilliant yellow paint. Let me see what happens when we go even stronger with it. Here, I could also get a little more thinner into that. These crazy fungus people here. More of that here. And again, this is even this, as light as this is still not technically as light as we could go. We could go lighter. And again, some of these things will probably be coming back with some more interesting glaze stuff in some of the recesses. And then not just to make things darker. No, I want to get... There's my cobalt blue thing over here. Because that here, let's reset here. Get some more of that darker cobalt. That's going to go into those recesses there. So instead of the super dark stuff, look at that. Try some more of our cobalt blue out here. Let's also lighten that up a little bit. So Rico, it looks like the Giants do win that game. So the ladder predictor, I guess, was right. Now Geelong already has a lead over the Bombers. Not really expecting Essendon to pull that one out. Maybe pop this down here. No, nope. Gotta go back. More more of that blue up here. And that also is mixing with our green that is already there in our Indian yellow. Get some of that blue down into here. Also over here on the top of the head somehow. Here we go. Work that in here, and now I think we're still going to go even a little bit more intense with the brilliant yellow pale here on the face. Let's see if we can do that. Or, no, let's do the, get some of the white here. So again, that's our cobalt teal bluish with the Indian yellow. Now with some of the white, because I don't want it to get too warm. That'll make it lighter, but keep it more in that kind of neutral, cooler vein. Let's get some of that on the, well, more of the fungus stuff over on the side there. Finding some more lights up here. Yeah, here, let's get some of the paint off of there. That's mighty, mighty thick right there. Nice to see you there, Silent by Design. How you doing? Everybody please give Silent by Design a follow. So Silent by Design, if you want to share something in the chat, stuff you've been working on, please go ahead. I hope that your Saturday treats you well so far. We got these fabulous fungus people from Archvillain. This is the first of 4. Also, again, did a reference there using our AI just to kind of get some ideas, some concepts. No problem there, Doji. Yeah, I'll probably have to do some of that myself too tomorrow. So thanks for being here, Doji. Appreciate that. And we'll see you on the next stream. So everybody please check out that link, that's an Insta link there that's Silent by Design just posted, and please give Silent by Design a follow as well. So again, thanks so much for being here, Silent by Design. So everybody be like a doji and check out that link that's Silent by Design just posted there. Now, again, this is our turquoise here. So that is the phthalo turquoise. We're mixing that with our fast matte white here. So that's significantly cooler than our cobalt teal bluish that was mixed with the brilliant yellow pale. Also, got to get rid of that piece of fuzz there. It's no, it is still more greenish than Sevres blue. So yeah, we I don't know what, I think we have one that's got even more greens on it, and then there's another one. Well, again, that's got all of the kind of the browns and tan, and there's another one that's much more towards the violet, and that was the one. Cobalt violet. Yeah, I figured we would break that out. Grand Oracle. Now there's one that's in two pieces basically. That's probably the one I'll do with on the video. Okay, I'm gonna try working a little bit more of that. It's kind of almost kind of a bluish green right there. Now, well, that's that be congratulations there, Silent by Design. Now, Silent by Design, I guess will you are you gonna be showing strictly miniatures, or do you also have some 2D art, or is it just 2D art? I only ask because, and well, I know I've got some Patreon videos, and I think I also did a an Instagram post on this Silent by Design. There are wooden case, well, they don't have to necessarily be wooden, but those cases that have the metal shelves on them. Obviously, the idea is magnetized. Well, if you have these under cabinet lights and they can just be rechargeable LED ones, well, they're magnets. They're all magnetized. You just stick them on the underside of those shelves, and now that turns your carrying cases into display cases. So that is what I advocate is your carrying cases also then become your display cases because you have the magnetized lights that you're essentially sticking on the underside of the metal trays that all your miniatures are magnetized to. Now, of course, you can't have like your all of your miniatures in there, right? You have to kind of pull out one tray, and then maybe some of those miniatures are out on the table. That's where you can get some other of the rechargeable LED lights. I guess my next question is, are you going to have electricity at your table so that you can maybe recharge those lights? That's another minor detail right there. Now, let me get that violet here. Is our, again, our Egyptian violet. Here's some of the Indanthrone blue. I'm going to break this down. It doesn't have to be a true pinline wash. Just has to be kind of thinner there. Looks like that just about does it. Maybe I will hit it with a little more thinner there to get all the way down into those recesses. So yeah, that'll be a crucial thing, is to have some kind of electricity there. But the nice thing about those, again, those under cabinet lights is they're very small. And some of them, they actually come like with a charging station, so you just stick like all three of them in the charging station. And if you have two sets of them, well, you can be charging one set while the other set is in operation. So again, I'm fairly sure I either have an Instagram post about that. I know I did do a Patreon vid about turning your carrying case into a showcase. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna make a little change over there. Kind of already had it that way over on that side. Maybe take our pearline crimson, some of our red here. Now let me try to get some orange on the eyes first. We have to get our Indian yellow and our pure orange here. That there can't just be a straight up yellow like that. So see you later there, surface tension. Enjoy the gray with the greyhound. And yes, we will continue to use our 3D printed Zagamores here so we don't have to worry about mold lines, right? Surface tension. So yeah, those are toned down a little bit now. And you know what? I'm going to find a little bit of my red in there too. Yeah. Some of that up here again. Let me see what we're doing with this warmer green. No, that's got too much of the cadmium green. We got more of the yellow in that. Oh, it was a little bit of a joke, silent by design that surface tension threw out there that I didn't recognize because I was a little bit too a little bit too distracted and did not notice the pun that was dropped down. Talking about mold lines on our fungus people. So there are no lights there. Silent by design, you have to buy the under cabinet lights. Those are separate. So that's the kind of stuff you would put under a kitchen cabinet, maybe a closet or something like that. And they're motion activated usually. And now some of the niftier ones also have a remote that allows you to not just turn them on and off, but there's also a timer. And there should be some that also have a brightness adjustment to them. Ah, well, that's cool, Camda. That's good. You'll have to let me know what it was you were able to collect there. Let me get a little bit more of our lighter green down in there, and now maybe let's hit some more of our brilliant yellow pale on that. Maybe see what happens down in here. Actually, Artemichael, I have been tempted. Now, it's actually solar powered too. It's one of those battery backup things, right? I was tempted to bring one of those to a convention just in case it's heavy, but it would probably at least provide power for that day, and then you would charge it up overnight. Yeah, these I don't know what these other guys are down here. Again, I'd have to talk to the Archvillain folks to know what it is. I think they also do have like a lore type of a thing or whatever for all of their stuff. You'll just have to figure out a way to sneak that thing in there, right, Artemichael? Because they ain't going to be none too happy that you're not giving them their couple $100 or $300 or $400, right? In Ganes. Now, in Ganes, first time we did this, there was nowhere near this amount of shading and color on there. So let's see what happens here in Ganes. We're going to turn it over this way so I can see as much as possible. Here we go. Yeah, look at that. Wow. I mean, here there's almost nothing. Look at that, Inganes. Here, let's bring it back. Slow. Look at that big huge difference there. Look at that. That all disappeared. All the reds and the greens. So Artemyco Adepticon, or sorry, that venue that Adepticon was at. I mean, even if you brought in a bottle of water, they were going to go nuclear. Much less food. Yeah, they were super crazy about that. And it was the our Hobbit hole last night that we painted again. That was more about edges. So here we'll do that again on the Hobbit hole here. Because again on this, when we take away all the colors, it really gets down. You get soft edges everywhere except boom, right there on the Hobbit hole where you have all of these sharper edges. So basically what I did, Artemyco, is I snuck in a whole bunch of the Crystal Light drink mix type things. And I bought one bottle of water. And then I just kept using that same bottle over and over again because there just happened to be a water fountain about 30 feet away from me. So I had all the water, all the yummy flavored water I wanted. And as far as they knew, I had just bought all of them. So yeah, Inganes, it really is amazing what that shows you, right? I mean, really, 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 really shocking. And sometimes even when you know that's what's going to happen, it still is kind of like, wow. Now, where's my... That's my cobalt green. Were we mixing that with the I'm going to try some of it with the white here. Let me. That's going to probably turn even more of a kind of a dull grayish green there. I guess I might have to put some more white out here too. Little bit more. Again, that's our cobalt green mixed with the white. It's that is not exactly. It's weird. It's not an intense color at all. But then you see it next to other things, and sometimes then that you can see there is a intensity. Same thing like with the cobalt blue down there. You have to almost kind of look at it a second time in order to see that. How's about we also welcome in Paintwater Sommelier. How you doing there, Paintwater? Everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. Of course, Paintwater, why don't you share what you are painting in chat? Was it either Trench Crusade or MESPG there, Paintwater? I hope that your Saturday morning goes well. And again, everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. So Paintwater, there was that tutorial video where all those colors that Kathy's sister sent, basically 20 new colors, and a lot of cadmiums and cobalts. We used it on this, and now we figured, oh, why not these Archvillain Zygamores here? We're calling them the Truffleites. You could call them the also too the fungus people, right there. Oh, and but it was a traditional pre-glaze too. Looky here, we got a pile of sponges right there. Evidence that yes, the pre-glaze still does exist. Some Helm's Deep theme Galadrim. That's fantastic. Again, Paintwater. I know you just finished the stream, but well, you could also skedaddle off to the photo booth, I guess. But if you want to share some work in progresses or whatevers, that'd be fabulous too. So again, this is from these are from Archvillain here. And here we go. This is 3 hours and 5 minutes ago, it was gray. It was exactly that gray right there. Yeah. So there's three different cobalt cores, two different cadmium cores. We were joking that our stream tomorrow is going to have let's see, quinacridone golden brown, which is basically like ground up gold, pretty much. At least as far as the pricing goes, that's kind of what it's like. And working a little bit more of our white there into our cobalt green here. Camden, I think we have like the GDP of 5 nations combined on the palette here. I think it's a pricey one, that's for sure. And again, it was a pretty colorful stream last night too. This is what we painted on our stream last night. So there's our hobbit hole right there. Now a little bit different from the stream before, which was almost getting there. I think it'll just be easier doing this. Where are you hiding? Nope, that's not it either. Oh, it's in the photo booth, that's why. That explains it. Trying to get some of this lighter grayish green over here now. Again, there's going to be lots of, just all these crazy color transitions here. Oh geez, I don't know if I think you heard the joke where if I was to sell off the colors on the palette, I could buy my own Aussie Rules football team and a stadium. Yes, indeed. Actually, I could probably buy a few cities, Camda. Yeah, why stop with just a team when you could buy entire municipalities with it? Also here, more of that lighter grayish green. Some more of that up here. Up here too on the helmet. Oh yeah, that's well. We have enough heavy metals, Camda, to create our own like lithium battery factory or something. Everybody, please check out that Discord link that Paintwater Sommelier just shared. And again, everybody, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow too, if you could. So Paintwater, glad that you're able to get back into some SBG there, of course. I'm hoping to be able to get back to some Trench Crusade stuff. Oh, actually, Paintwater, did you see that Kickstarter? Geez, that basically Inquisition type stuff for Trench Crusade. Or Conquistador-ish type there. So I think that's not too many days away. Actually, did you do the Jason or Jacob's new Kickstarter there, Paintwater, with his new set of Rohan terrain? Oh gosh, I almost said Tor Ithalas. No, that's that's his Rohan terrain, which is, oh gosh, what is that? What does he call it? Kingdoms of Saxonia, I believe. So yeah, those waiting for those two campaigns to wind down. May work against some of our blues in there, lighter blues even. Again, that's our cobalt blue right there. Yeah, the interesting thing about Jacob stuff, again, it tends to be a little maybe more simplistic, not as say realistic as Dark Realms or some of the other terrain pieces, but they are always very printable and they're very playable. And he also really thinks about the rules of the game too. So, and making buildings not have just one entrance. So all it takes is one guy just to stand there and just basically block the whole building. So again, everybody please check out that link that Paintwater Sommelier just posted, and then please, of course, give Paintwater Sommelier a follow while you're at it. No, 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 I'm going to go backwards here a little bit to our that cobalt blue. Let's try this now. On that, oops, also down here. Get this out of here, and now we'll go lighter on that. That might just work. Yeah. Now on the underside of this, violet. There we go. Also on that. Of course, not too light, because it is, well, it is supposed to be the shadow area after all. Gotta figure out some more stuff for down in here. Might even have to do some more dark in there, whatever. Back to this, well, it's not really a bright red, but compared to everything else on there, it will be. On some of these crazy little rings here. Let's do this now. Same under here. Also up here. Oh yeah, it was very different not too long ago when all of this was essentially just like almost one or two shades of blue there and turquoise. And then step back just a touch with this ready, and that's the Naphthol, not Naphthol Scarlet, that's the Naphthol, regular Naphthol Red. I think it's actually a Naphthol Red Medium or something. And that's a Richardson color there. We also have the Richardson and Dancer in Blue that we've been using too. Let's work it back some of our light up in here. You know what? I like this idea of the red on that, so I'm going to do some more of that here. Also up on whatever these are. Don't know. They're fungus people. Patch some of that red out on the end of this too. Touch that over there as well. Get. Oh yeah, this is we've lost some of our, at least some of the mid-tone red back there. Because we have our greens. I might even let a little bit of that red work its way onto those greens too. Maybe that hints at a little bit of translucency there. Couple of our little striations down here. Also going to get some of that red. Touch more of that red onto these shrooms here. Now, let me get Van Dyke Brown. We need something lighter there, but not quite that red. And I really am thinking I will do some kind of a block foliage or something on this here. It can't all just be a bare base. We'll have to figure out what we're doing with that. I wasn't going to add in any more extra 3D printed basing bits though. So what I think I'm going to do here is just super quick, going to refresh that medicine, because again, out of cough drops, so the only option we have for preserving that voice is going to be our medicine. So we're going to go get some more of that. We shall be right back, because there's a bunch of actual darks we want to add here and all kinds of more fun color combinations. But yeah, a bunch of darks in here too, also up on the hands and cleanups on the face, and some extra colors in some of the mid-tone areas too. Hey there, Nishlin. Don't worry, Nishlin. I shall be right back. Just like this sign's going to say, don't go anywhere. I'll be back. Happy Saturday there, Nishlin. Hopefully your Saturday morning is treating you really good there. So as promised, we have returned with some restocks on things. We were talking about doing some darks, and that's going to get down into here. That's our Indanthrine blue. Guess there's a little bit of the violet in there as well. It's Indanthrine violet. Can you see what we're doing here? I think so. So we're going to get, there we are. A little more of an edge contrast too, in addition to just being dark and light. Do that now. Same on the other side, although we had kind of done a little bit there already. See if we can find a couple of more. Yeah, we need some more darks in here. Then we'll have to really hit these guys with some light. Whatever these crazy little loops are here. Yeah, that should probably just get some darker stuff on it too. All kinds of wild colors on the palette here. Meaning there's all kinds of wild colors on these things too. And again, these are from Archvillain. I forget what the release is called. Actually, this might say Tome of Demons, okay. Volume 4. Wow. I think this, yeah, this probably has some of their Nurgle stuff in it too, I would imagine. I think they're sort of Cornish hen demon stuff. That's probably called, what was that one called? 'Cause there's like several, there's at least 3 parts to that one too. Probably Speak of the Devil or something like that. Of course, their Lizard Man series was Gamma Rising. At least 3 chapters of that. Working a little bit more on my dark on lips there. Also, we were wanting some on the hand here. Some kind of... Oh, they're just going to darken that up for right now. Some Van Dyke brown. You know what? I'm going to see what happens. I'm mixing some of that cobalt green with the Van Dyke brown. That's an interesting color there. That will go down into some of these recesses here. Maybe here too. I think I'll have to start coming back with some more of my lights here on some of this. So we'll do that here. I got to figure out, do we want something that is... Oh, let's try this. So there's a hint of the violet there. What about if we took the brilliant yellow pale and combined that with a little bit of our Egyptian violet? That's going to gray that down a little bit. It'll still have kind of a violet hint to it, but it'll be lighter, also more grayed down, yeah. Not now. We don't want to go too late up here. That's looking a little bit later than I expected it to. Might and maybe we hit some of these areas with a little bit of the Indian yellow as well. Again, we're only 3.5 hours in here. That's it. 3 hours, 28 minutes ago, and 36 seconds. Gray primer is all that you would have seen on this. That's it. Not much of anything else. We kind of went back to a more traditional pre-glaze type of a thing. Wiped it away with the sponges. Did some lighter dry brush stuff on it, and now we've kind of come back and forth with some dark in some areas. Kind of pushing the highlights in others, creating some more interesting shifts in tone between stuff, where sometimes we say, here, what if we were to, well, like back here, in the shadow areas we put red. That's a bright green until you get to the shadow areas where all of a sudden now it's a bright red instead. Well, not a bright red, but a very deep red, for sure. And that would be those color surprises that we talk about all the time. We haven't, I don't know, we can really, I guess you can sort of see what I'm doing down in there. There's not a whole lot of things going on, but we need a little something down there. Also, our skelly friends here. There's a couple of shrooms back in there. So we're going to try and get at least a little something of this, and then we'll probably maybe take our lighter colors, right, and go back in there and, or sorry, darker colors, do a little bit of glaze, something in there. Not much. Let me see if I can't sneak a little something down in there also on his, I guess that's his chest there. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I don't really know what the whole story of the fungus dudes is here. Are these enemies or something like that that got turned into funguses? I have no idea. Actually, Camda, we already have a New Testament. So the Book of Wapol, I think actually the oil stuff was the New Testament, Camda. But I was thinking the Book of Revelations. I think that's pretty appropriate, wouldn't you say, Camda? The AS stuff would now be the Book of Revelations. Because yeah, we had the Old Testament, which was the acrylics, then the New Testament was the oils. Some might say, well, actually, I think Camda, some might say they're more of a cult, like as in the occult or something like that. Some people would say that the Alkids are just pure cult worship there or something like that. Because that's why we have Alkids Anonymous, right, Camda? Yes, the cult of Alkids. More of my light in here. Also, little something on his hand there. That Camda, and of course the fact that they are cheaper also is just really wild. And it doesn't, and I don't mean just like the Rubens, the Paul Rubens. I mean the Griffin colors are, well, the only ones that are not cheaper are the worst ones that I've ever used, and that would be the was it the CIS Alkids or whatever? Those things were hideous. One tube of those costs on average about 5 times what the Paul Rubens does, and it's 5 times worse than the Paul Rubens stuff. So that, I guess that's further evidence, right, Camda, that price does not always indicate everything? Hey there, Slang. How you doing? So Slang, yeah, we have all kinds of colors that have not been used ever on stream, actually, and some that haven't been used on stream in years. I guess it's going to be with the exception of our BFG, or sorry, our 1/1800 scale ship. I guess it's all about bright colors because this was last night. Speaking of which, where the heck are you hiding? There you are. So yeah, that's a little bit different color-wise. So that was our Monday stream right there. Let me move some of these out of the way. There we go. So yeah, these are printed from Archvillain here. Some very unusual scopes, I gotta say. Now down in here, I gotta get. We'll come back with some of our dorks in there on him as well. Either that or he's asking for treats. I'm not sure which they're. Sleepy Slang. Oh, and of course, Slang, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, here's hoping that you're. I know it was. I think it was the timeline was 3. Was it 3 weeks or something? Slang for the timeline there. Am I getting that mixed up with Kathy's sister? No, hers was 3 to 5 weeks on the splint on her hand. No, I think yours was 3 days. Sorry, I have to already spacing out after I know you were telling me last night. And of course, Slang, if you want to share anything in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. Get this cadmium green rolling out here again. Like you do there. Not saying, here's hoping that just finally that gets healed up, and then that's it, and no more. Not having to fool around with that anymore. Now, I'm gonna get me some of this. That's our Phthalo turquoise. There's our Indian yellow. That's gonna be a rock'em sock'em green there. Maybe a little bit of the perline black in there too. Which is not black. That's just a really dark green. I mean, it works fantastic on. I mean, it just makes everything so easy. Sleepy Slang, our 1/1800 scale ship, our painting, our terrain. It just makes everything easier. And again, this was a different approach because here we went back to the pre-glaze style, as evidenced by all of our sponges here. And 3 hours, basically 3.5 hours. And it originally started out as this gray right there. So 3 hours and 37 minutes ago, it looked, well, just like that. That was probably Enchantrine Blue, and yeah, well, I guess it would be Cobalt Camda because, well, that is prone to not having any staining. So there could have been some cobalt on there. Because, yeah, that would have a tendency to get removed. No, 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 no. This is here. That's our Perline Crimson. Gonna do some stuff in here. More of that Perline Crimson. And there. tone that down a little. Where's that Van Dyke Brown? Here's the Van Dyke Brown. We did combo that with some of the Perlene Red too here. Let's do a bit of a glazy thing right there. Also up there. Here too. We'll thank all of the Alkyd paints. Now we're talking about staining and pre-glaze. One of the reasons why you haven't seen any pre-glaze stuff is that the Alkyd, doesn't matter who makes them, it's all brands, every single brand. You lose all of that staining capacity that you would normally have, say with dioxazine violet and Indian yellow and all your classic. Well, you don't lose necessarily all of it. You lose a huge portion of it, which is why you've been seeing the darker primer stuff lately. So that's going to be the chief difference. There is going to be a loss of, like here, all of these really, really intense colors. Unless I use some fluorescence in there, they're just not going to have the same hit like they would, say, with the regular paints. Thank you so much, Bithron. Appreciate that, Bithron. Hope you're doing well. Geez, Bithron, I hope that work has actually allowed you to maybe do a little bit of your terrain stuff or some of your hobby stuff there. I know that you're usually so wiped out and everything that it's not really something that's on the top of your mind to do. And again, the Paul Rubens, and one of the most valuable things was all of the, essentially the radiant color substitutes. Like, again, here, this would be radiant green in our gamma. We have radiant blue, we have a radiant violet here. Is that this one? Yeah. So again, we've been using these a ton. I mean, you can see we've already put a big dent in those. And I only started using these in like mid-February or something. And now again, you have to get them in sets. You cannot get the individual ones unless you're just getting, say, well, white. That you can get individual. So yeah, Bithron, sorry that it's so toasty up there. Let me do this now. More dark under there. That's again more of our violet right there. So slaying the oil paints, again, they work well because you can do the dry brush stuff with them. I think originally I thought I would do kind of a lot of the grunt work with the oils and then do the finished stuff with acrylics. And then it turned out that it was way easier to do fine detail stuff with the oils than it was with the acrylics. Freehand, you name it, basically anything was easier with the oils. So you might kind of start out that way, and eventually you might start finding ways to say, oh, you know what, I think we're just going to stick with the oils the rest of the way. And of course the oils, even the Alkyd oils, are still going to make acrylic paints look like faded markers or something like that, because that was always the Wapelius Spellbrush figure. I painted one in acrylics. That was like my first, yeah, it was this one right here. Yeah, this one we painted in acrylics. Then we painted the same figure in oils with the same color scheme. And the acrylic one looked like it had been out in the sun for a couple of years. And obviously it had never seen sunlight. So that was kind of a testament to just how much pigmentation there is in the oils. And of course, capillary action. you'll get that with the oils. The acrylic has faux capillary action. Oh, I do have a water bottle here, so I think I could even do that little example that we do. So I think it's even open too. Yeah, look at this. So where are we at here? So 2 drops of water. If I don't touch that with my hand or bump into it, it's just going to sit like that until it evaporates completely. Now we're going to change this around. Let's do 2 drops of thinner right next to it. Here you go. There's 1, there's 2. So we kind of messed up our water spot there, but there's the expansion of that. So let's put our water spot back in here. Let's just get that cleaned up there, and let's do our little water right next to it again. 1, 2 water drops. There you go. So there's capillary action, there is not. And those water washable oils, I know people talk about those, whatever, that's what's going to happen. You're going to lose all of this. Everything is a trade-off. Like we said, there's trade-offs with the alkyds, there's trade-offs with the cadmiums, there's trade-offs with the cobalts. Everything has a trade-off. Whether that means it's going to be more expensive, or whether it's going to dry slower or faster or whatever, or have more or less pigmentation, all of those things will be a factor. So yeah, that's and other folks too. That's another nice thing again, that everybody has also kind of contributed, and that's why usually once they start doing the oils, they just stick with the oils because they see the difference with the acrylics. And it doesn't matter what the acrylics are, it's just the nature of the beast. Right, Camda? It is what it is. It's kind of like this capillary stuff here. It's just physics. Oh, look at that cadmium green in here. And of course, the nice thing about the oils is that you don't need all that many colors. And now again, if you do the alkyd route, well, here you go. Let's put it this way. For one self-spilling container of contrast paint, you could probably buy almost 5 of these, potentially almost 6. So yeah, and these are 50 milliliter tubes. You could have 5 of these or 1 jar of contrast paint, which is really shocking when you consider that. That is pretty darn shocking. Right, Camden, when you think of it like that, there's just like literally 1 container of contrast paint or 5 Paul Rubens, so 250 milliliters of oil paint. Now, the one thing we did notice, and when I was doing Sleepy Slang, have you seen? I did 3 tutorials just specifically with those color theory and oils episodes, and one of the things that I did say is that some of these savings, some of the cost savings, if you want to call it that, was in the tubes themselves. They are definitely not quite as rugged, say, as a Williamsburg tube, or even say something like a Gamlin tube or Winsor Newton tube. There's definitely a difference. The metal is definitely a little bit better, more sturdy, or whatever you want to call it, with one than the other. Because, yeah, there had to be some savings somewhere, right, Lights Front Slang? They had to find some cost savings. And again, Bithron, sorry that work has just not really been letting you do some of the miniature stuff. Here's hoping that eventually that kind of works its way out. so to speak. See what I did there? Ooh, yeah, there's about some more of that light over here too. Yeah, now the other thing too, Slang, is that the only way you can get the Paul Rubens is as a set, right? You can't just say, oh, I just want this one color. Now you can do that with contrast paint, but you can also do that with all the other oil paints. So yeah, sorry there, Bitron. Again, I know that it just doesn't leave a whole lot of brain energy left over for doing miniatures. You pretty much just want to pass out, relax, and that's it. And Slang, it's going to morph and change over time. I mean, again, it has here big time. Well, obviously the Alkyd paints, right, Camda, a massive change. Even just even the miniature itself. Like when we started doing here it is. Yeah, this was the miniature that changed it all because all of this Tomb King stuff, this is where the dark primers started. And we weren't really doing the pre-glaze on that. Let me try to get some of this up here. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, Slang, you'll just kind of find new uses for things, and sometimes, well, actually, Slang, you heard about and I know I've done some videos on it, taking the modeling paste, mixing it with paint to not just sculpt with it, but actually sculpt, prime, and paint all at once. And that was just out of necessity. That was literally just desperation being the mother of invention. And I'm sure you're going to find all kinds of new and different ways to use them. More of this lighter green down here, I think. Yeah, just catch a couple of those areas there. All the way up here. Gotta get this. Nah, that's all too much on that edge. And well, again, here's the advantage: is that it's like we got ourselves an eraser there. And then of course, there's all the blending that happens without you having to even try. I mean, it literally just happens. And of course, with the oils, a hashtag no layers, right? Remember that in the shadows there was no red in the shadows there. That was all green, or at least turquoise down in those shadows. Yeah, Slang, what I'm gonna probably this Sunday be filming is taking all the tree supports again. Now, I mean, you've seen the videos where I take the tree supports and make trees out of them, but instead of using the modeling paste to sculpt the tree bark and then having to prime and paint over that, I want to see if I can make several colors of my modeling paste sculpting medium and then actually paint, prime, or sculpt, prime, and paint simultaneously. Do three things in one step. I'm not so sure that's going to work, but we can give it a shot. I know it worked on a small scale. I don't know about something really large like a piece of terrain, but we're going to find out one way or another. Now, when you add the colors in there, one thing does happen. The modeling paste is not quite as resilient, so you're going to lose some of your sculpting ability actually when you do that. So you got to make sure not to put too much paint in there, because otherwise, yeah, you won't be able to sculpt with it, and that'll kind of, well, pretty much wipe out the whole point. And of course, Bitron, if you did want to share any of your terrain stuff or any of your paint stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. I don't think you had a chance to do that yet. Oh, see if I can redo a little bit more of that dark there. Now let's get some lighter stuff here, and I might do, yeah, let's get some of that lighter red. So we will take this and some of the Indian yellow. Look at that. That is still expanding. That water drop is still sitting there. It's still sitting there. Let me work this up in there. Also a little bit over here again in the what would be the shadow areas. Just more of this red here, which ironically is a fairly muted red, but next to the greens, just because it's like, whoa, any red next to that intense green, really going to show up. So definitely not doing that recoil. I mean, if anything else, you would never want to have to clean out that mess. That would also be a no bueno as far as what's going up in the ear. Yeah, so the oils, just like the oils are the original watercolors, the oils are also the original airbrush, right? I mean, I know we show this one all the time here. So that cloak, that's not airbrush, that's just chuck some magenta here, chuck some turquoise there, third brush, just blend them. That took less than 30 seconds. And the nice thing is recoil, there's no airbrush to clean out. Now, also, recoil, asking me about airbrushes at all. Let's just put it this way. The last 2 days, there's been a lot of colorful metaphors used, cursing the ancestry of whoever invented the airbrush. Yeah, that hasn't acted very, it hasn't cooperated very much. So yeah, so I just throwing that out there. That the oil paints, well, they don't gum up the oil, the brushes. They would probably an airbrush though, right, Camda? So yeah, the Camda gave that a shot, and that was definitely not a positive experience. So yeah, definitely oils are for hairy sticks, and hairy sticks alone. Maybe lighten you up a little bit more again of that almost pinkish color right there. I think too, recoil, it is possible that that kind of those O-rings or something like that in your airbrush, those could also get sizzled maybe by the linseed oil. So that's it's also just for the airbrush itself in addition to all those other things. Because I know that, well, obviously having helped out Ken at the different conventions, people will say some of the stuff that they use to clean out the airbrush, and he'll just like hand him an O-ring or something like that and say, yeah, you're going to need to buy one of those because you just toasted that. So yeah, all the stuff that you would need to thin it down would definitely, well, like you're saying there, Camda, that would probably nuke it pretty good. Now, I think those were all foreign films, weren't they, Landrast? Here, I need to get a little bit of the, no, that's gonna be too late. Let's back up a little bit here. Yeah, I think those were all foreign films. You definitely need to see the closed caption stuff, right, Landrast? Let me get a little bit more of our light-ish red stuff on that side too. There we are. There we are. More of that. Oh, here we are. Let me just use the straight up phthalo turquoise here in some of our darker areas. Straight up phthalo turquoise here. So yeah, recoil, actually recoil, believe it or not, one of the reasons why I basically, oh gosh, was it 2 years? Well, there was other reasons too, but I think there was like a 2 or 3 year period where I never used an airbrush at all recoil. And the primary reason was the oils. Because I just said, wait a minute, I don't have to do this, that, or the other thing like I do with the airbrush. So yeah, recoil, that was one of the, if you're wondering why I just don't use the airbrush very often, one of the reasons is, well, the oils. But again, since the oils, again, that's so easy to mix them with literally just, like I did here. We'll do this. We'll just chuck this blammo, whatever there. We're just going to throw that on there. Ooh, let's use one of these guys. So we just chuck that stuff on there. And now we're just going to take that and we're just going to let that mix with what's already here. And the big thing, recoil, is that, not having to mask stuff off. Yeah, recoil, that's another thing that drives me bonkers. And it doesn't matter if it's a vehicle or a miniature, something like that, recoil, right, that can be time consuming, doing all the masking of stuff. Now, of course, the trade-off there, what's the trade-off going to be? That, say, doing something like an ambush camo or something like that, if you're going to do that with oils, you'll have to probably do it in stages. So that would, again, everything's got advantages, disadvantages. That would be the disadvantage of the oil paints there. Let's do some of this here. Now, actually, recoil, remember I was asking you about the dice that they were going to be using? And to make sure that they show up on screen. have they showed you what kind of dice they're going to be using? Oh, and I guess recoil, were they still thinking about doing the Stream Deck thing? And recoil, I wish I could give you any kind of verdict on it. Is it good? Is it okay? Is it great? I've never used one, so I don't know. Yeah, I just did not know recoil. Actually, recoil tonight. I get to for the first time. I'm gonna use one of my songs that I made and try to make a video of the basically the Hobbit painting last night because that would be a whole lot faster than doing the midway stuff because I have to photograph three elements. And the area I have to photograph them in has a whole fleet of orc ships sitting on it. Recoil. Yeah, the orcs have taken over the photo booth. That's a very orcish thing for them to do, right? Recoil. Now here again, this is an area that has, I don't even know if any really primer got on that. Here we go. Maybe not quite so much of that. There, we're going to just pull some of that away. Indian yellow again. And maybe some of our Terra Rosa here. Okay, there's a big old blob sitting on the other brush. Let's get rid of that. There we are. Those things were just sitting there being super, super light. And to tone those guys down. Now we're going to hit this. Also use some of that over here. In our recesses there. Again, kind of an orangey brown in the recesses of our green. Now, Rico, the overlay that you made, good grief, it's been so long since I've made an overlay now. I tried making some for the battle reports, and it was... There was so much stuff I wanted to put on the screen there, Rico. I wanted to put like might points, fate points, all that kind of stuff, and that would... Then I realized, well, wait a second, I would have to kind of update that to have that show up on screen. It's not going to automatically happen, right? That is something I'd have to go in and do manually. So here we go, change that around right with our basically Terra Rosa color in the shadows there. Is that still what? Okay, that is a whole... Well, that's kind of what's left of the brilliant yellow pale there. Oh wow, that's geez, recoil. Wow, I never thought that Logitech. It makes sense with everything else that they do, right? Geez, yeah, it's kind of why they wouldn't do that. That would be weird. So yeah, okay, yeah. Wow, that's something to definitely keep in mind there, recoil. I kind of like, yeah, I kind of like that. That's gonna be fabulous. And I don't know, just for whatever reason, we've had to use so much Logitech stuff over the years, right? Recoil, that at least you're kind of familiar with their stuff and everything. Well, that's yet another bonus there, recoil. So man, that's going to be really nifty. Okay, now we've got a little bit of a edge on this, on our spear there, our little pokey thing. Find some more of our lights in there too. Where's my, there's my really yellow pale sitting over there. So we were talking about these crazy little things here and just trying to find some more lights in a few places here. Maybe something there too. Wow, okay, there's a whole deal up here that's got almost no stuffs on there. Wow. Looking at that going, we're missing some paint on that guy there. Back to our yellowish green here. Let me work that up now. Again, we're seeing the, I guess you could say this would be the advantage of your regular oils versus your alkyd oils, that when I go to different colors that have been sitting on the palette, maybe I haven't been touched them, what, in an hour and a half, I don't have to kind of like reconstitute those. They're just like I never left them. So that is another, again, kind of positive in one direction. Everything, like I said, is going to have some kind of an advantage over something else, and then maybe be a little disadvantageous for another area. It's funny, yeah, right. Like right here, there's no place for me to even put one of those things. But when it comes to, if battle report stuff, that's a little bit different. Recoil, I have been able to, while I was exercising and stuff, listening to a couple of playthroughs of the Axis and Allies 1940. So I've definitely learned a lot about that recoil. Yeah, there's definitely some caveats about how to do things the right way. Let's do the right way, and let's welcome JT Stark. How you doing there, JT? Thanks for the raid. If everybody's not already following JT Stark, you need to go do that. And of course, JT, I know you probably have to shuffle off to do stuffs there, but if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So JT, this is the first of our crazy fungus people, or we're calling them the Truffleites. These are from Archvillain games here. These are 3D printed, and this was a little color scheme thing that we created there. Again, took it into the AIs and just said, oh, I gave it actually a bunch of pictures of actual fungus, and I did like 4 different things, and it gave different colorations of them. 4 hours and 12 minutes ago, this was just gray. Yeah, there was no reds or greens or any of that kind of stuff. Again, all done with the usual oil paints. Nice to see you back there, White Wolf. How you doing? And again, we're using some of the paints, same colors that we used on this Loot Studios bust. Now it's been an interesting week of streams because this was our Monday stream. That's part of Armada Mondays, one of our 1800 scale ships right there. Last night, well, we went to outer space with the hobbits. Yep, space hobbits. Space hobbits. So that was last night's stream. And now we got this. And we'll probably be, I guess maybe we'll be doing this one tomorrow night stream. Well, Saturdays. Nice to see you there, Maruk. How you doing? Or Markuk. Nice to see you back. And glad you're doing well there, White Wolf. So yeah, Again, here was we did what, 4 different permutations of the Hobbit Nebula. This was our reference for our Battle of Midway painting, and yeah, those are some of our. Oh, here's our for our mounted barristers that we did. That's again another little. That wasn't just a color idea there. That was actually also basically a diorama concept right there. So yeah, that's all about creating a diorama for those creature caster mounted barristers. So Mark, I hope that you're doing well. And of course, well, happy Saturday now. Well, it's 3:11 in the morning here, so it's most definitely a Saturday. So yeah, JT, that it's been really, really interesting to basically pre-test color schemes, and there's been oh yeah, my high elf army painting series was completely changed by the concepts that it showed. It said, well, I know you were going to do this, but what about doing an entire movement tray with all these patterns on it? So Mark, it's been very, very, very busy here while trying to learn about 10 different forms of AI, music generation, video stuff. Trying to basically, do I have a? Here we go. Ultimately, what I want to do is turn our Wapelius Spellbrush figure here into a walking, talking character, and he will essentially kind of walk around in amongst my terrain stuff and whatever, and he will basically kind of say, well, we use, this for this or whatever. So he would be given a guided tour of my terrain. Needless to say, there's lots of things to learn to be able to do something like that. And unfortunately, no one platform does anywhere near all of the things. So that means learning several different platforms and then somehow combining them all together. So if you're wondering, okay, you want to do a Lord of the Rings elf army that's winter themed. You say, what in the world? Why would there be a winter themed elf army? Well, that's where we went into the AI and we said, you know what? Show us Galadrim elves with snow bases, white armor, and teal cloaks. And what it showed me was so nifty, we created an entire army based on that color scheme. And we came up with the story that Galadriel decides, in this universe, Galadriel accepts the ring from Frodo, which means that the elven ring of protection goes away and the forest dies and freezes over. And that became the theme for the army. And again, it's just but the AI showed me just a super quick prompt, and I went, oh, we got to do that. And there's been many other army color schemes that we've done where we just kind of tested things out. Tattoo patterns. So this thing right here was another miniature that I colorized because people wanted to see, okay, what does moonlight look like on a figure, and also reflections in water. So I basically took the images of the raw miniature with no paint on it and colorized those, and that way people, again, for me, I can conjure up what a moonlit scene looks like, no problem. Most people, that's going to be a challenge because they probably haven't been doing art for 40 something years. And that way it kind of it's a little bit of a way to be able to see things without having to find out the hard way they don't work. I mean, it's no big deal, right? If you don't like it, it's no big deal. Then you just say, okay, well, fine. That prompt wasn't very good. We'll try something else. You didn't spend an hour or two trying to sketch out something. And that I first started using it for creating references for folks pretty much last year. January, February, something like that. And that has taken exponential leaps forward, right, Recoil? I've even started doing specialty songs as presents for people. I actually just did a song for my sister who's going to perhaps get to ring that bell after one more treatment. So just did a quick special song for that. And Rico, much like with the with the oils, it kind of feels like we're only just sort of not even scratching the surface. I mean, it feels like less than scratching the surface. There's just so much possibility there. Let me get the right shelf. There we go. I just need to get some more of. Then again, this is the only alkyd on the palette right now. That is it. Everything else is a regular oil paint. Push that in here. Okay, now we just have. Now we're gonna really start to fish out some of the brightest of bright highlights, I think. Because we haven't really done that yet. And again, for regular folks, I think just a lot of the free versions of things will work just fine because you're not trying to go quite as in depth as we are. So yeah, most likely again, it won't have maybe all the functionality. You want to start doing the higher level stuff, then it is a different story. Let's not go too light there. And again, when did we start? So 4 hours, 20 minutes ago. Again, there was no paint on this at all. So Rico, my next challenge, and gosh, I don't know if I'll have the chance to do that tonight, is to try and basically use one to write a prompt for another. I think you were in the chat right last night, Rico, when I was talking about that. So instead of Lothlorien elves, Sleepy Slang, would they be Portobello elves? Love me some Portobello mushroom. I'm gonna have to get me some of those at the store tomorrow, Recoil. Sauteed mushroom. Boy, it's been way too. Oh, actually, you know what? I did put those in the. Oh, Rico, I gotta get those. Those would go in. I'm doing an air fryer thing tomorrow. I need to put those in with the pork tenderloin. Yes, Rico, I gotta chop up some shrooms. I don't know if I've ever put those in the air fryer. Yes, Rico, we gotta chop up some shrooms. I think too, I might want to not put them in there right at the start, Recoil. And I think I probably want them in bigger pieces too, right? So they don't get too burned too quickly. So yes, Portobello Elves turns into a potential yummy treat tomorrow. Yeah, Recoil, it's just, I try to, I think I try to combine my exercise session with the AI stuff because, well, you do the prompt and you got to wait for it to render it anyway. So I kind of, I do some exercising, I write the prompt, and then while it's rendering the thing, I do some exercise. Yeah, so I think I should probably cut them in bigger pieces, right, Recoil? And then be sure to not chuck them in right at the start. Oh, that's going to be very yummy, Recoil, I think. I think that's going to be right tasty. This is a cuisine channel after all. If you're wondering what the heck is with all the food and recipe stuff, this is a cuisine channel. Also a Lord of the Rings channel, also an object source lighting channel, a cavalry channel, a freehand channel, home repairs, exercise. It's, actually, well, slang, nothing that says we couldn't get a couple of cloves of garlic. Yeah, that might just have to happen. Oh, geez, Rico, even wow, there's all kinds of goodness there. Now I do have a wok here, but the idea of the air fryer is always just so tempting and intriguing. Air fryer for the win, right, Rico? Now back to our cobalt blue. Cobalt blue. Couple of places. This is a hard to reach place, but we're going to try and do that anyways. Couple little spotty things there, maybe. We hit this again. Oh, gotta approach it from the other way. Yeah, that's more like it. Darken this up again. Now we're using the cobalt blue to do some darkening here. Really wild to think of cobalt blue back out on the palette along with two other potential cobalts there. Now, no, not kobolds, but cobalts. Oh, we need to get a little more of our light down in there. All right, fine. Got a little Severus blue here. Now some of that. Where's our lighter violet? Here it is. Whoops. Get that mixed up with our actual violet. There we go. That's more like it. Put that up on the top of his shoulders here. Now all the way down in here, I'm just going to take this brush. What can we drop in? I'm going to take my Van Dyke Brown again. And that cobalt green. And this is the other advantage of the oils. This is a one-piece deal here, so there is no sub-assembly. There is no painting this in pieces and putting it all together. It's all one piece. Remember we talked about dropping in some kind of darks down in here before? Had to kind of let everything set. There we go. And let the pin line wash actions do their thing. his face up here. I gotta get a little bit more of the darks. Yeah, we'll get this Perline Crimson. Oh, wait a minute. Let me reconstitute this brush a little bit. There we go. That's more like it. And back to this red little combo with the Perline Crimson. And there we are. Also back there. He's trying to liven up that color right there a little bit more. Whoops, okay, that's too much stuff on there. Try to separate some of these a little bit, make the edge a little more ruffly there. A little bit under that and then stop. Same up there. And this is the other advantage of the oils, is that we can quite literally blend red and green together instead of having to figure out, okay, what color do I mix to make this or whatever. And it's like, no, I'm just going to take this thing here and just going to I'll let them figure it out. That's not what you can do for the oils, but that's what the oils can do for you. Nice to see you there, Spotty Shark. How you doing? Yeah, Spotty, these are going to be really interesting. I've got 4 very different color schemes for each one of these here. And here is the little reference that I created there. And of course, Spotty Shark, last night was pretty colorful too. Because that's what we were doing last night. So there's we're continuing all the wild and crazy colors. Again, our Monday stream was a wee bit less colorful. Yeah, that not quite so much with the bright colors there. And that's what, 4 days apart? Well, 4.5 days apart because it was late Monday. It was practically Tuesday when I started that ship, so yeah, like in 4 days' time. Oh, plus filming a video of this. And this is a kind of a moonlight effect that we're doing here. So yeah, that is all in the last 4 days. Work some of this up in here. There we go. There we are. Like a little bit more of an edge right there. So Spotty Shark, if there's something you've been working on that you wants to share in the chat or something, please go ahead. Yeah, I think that red might just work there too. Now, hopefully you get yourself right as rain there, Spotty Shark, and get back to doing some painting again. Those near summer colds, I guess those can be kind of rough. Let me go back to my. Oh, good. I do have it sitting right over here. That's our lighter violet there. Boom. So I would like to, I think maybe, yeah, up here, just get some lighter stuff on our violet here, but maybe not too Ah, these are really kind of tight quarters in here. See what we can do with those. Now, Spotty, is I guess what kind of low temps do you get where you're at there in Australia? I'm pretty sure they're not quite like they are here. No, not necessarily. Do you guys get 30 to 50 inches of snow in the wintertime? It's just your average temperature is more in the 40s or 50s or something like that in the wintertime, as in Fahrenheit. So Celsius wise, maybe between 5 and 10 degrees or so, I guess. Maybe 3 and 10 degrees, I guess. Because I think the winter down there is a bit like maybe our March or something like that. Which still is technically winter here, but again, you can get the occasional snowfalls. Heck, we can get snow in May here. I think the last official freeze date is May 19th or something like that. May 18th, May 19th is the last kind of day where freeze frosts are likely. So about 7-ish there. I can never remember where the Australian Alps are. I always forget, and that's I think that is the place where folks go skiing, right? I don't know if there's any other ski potential locations there. So let's see, 30 centimeters. I think 18 centimeters is 6 inches, so not even a foot. Because here again, well, maybe it's a little bit different now, but it used to not be so uncommon to get in April a snowfall of between 4 to 8 inches or something like that. So yeah, even in the alpine regions, only about a foot. Actually, Recoil Armored Wolf, they had snow up there. Well, not by Armored Wolf, but more in the interior. Yeah, there was snow up there in Alaska. Yes, buddy, we were talking about Tassie. Yeah, I was saying, okay, I know the west side of Tasmania is brutal when it comes to weather, but it seems like pretty much wherever you are on Tasmania, you're gonna get some nasty, especially a lot of nasty wind and cold and all that kind of stuff. Because, I mean, basically Hobart and all the cities are all on the east side of Tasmania, right? Because, like we said earlier, there is absolutely nothing for many thousands of miles blocking any kind of wind or currents or anything like that hitting the west side of Tasmania. So again, trying to find all kinds of different fun color options here. Oh, and eventually that's just going to get our blackest black there. Again, we're also going to have to get some kind of flock and foliage on there. What it's going to be, I don't exactly know. I'm going to try this here. We got a little bit of the cadmium yellow and our Mars yellow deep here. Put some of that on these guys here. We're going to get some of that down here now. Again, that's right in combination with some of the blue that's there. These these are going to be every bit as interesting as I thought they were going to be. As in kind of weird. These are really, really, really different. And I knew one of the reasons I chose these things was because I thought it would be a really interesting exercise for trying to do that coloration there. Because otherwise, it was only a matter of like a month or two ago, Recoil, that I was thinking, what kind of a prompt would I use? Like literally person made of fungus? Unless I was going to have the actual photos, right, and do what I did with them. Yeah, okay, so that's what I thought. So not really a whole lot of options there. Now again, recoil, we're talking all this kind of stuff here, and of course, New Orleans got basically more snow than we did this year. Hey, I guess recoil. Now that the AI has learned to spell, maybe we could finally create that Lake Pontchartrain Ski Lodge merch. Yeah, Lake Pontchartrain Ski Lodge, established January 25th, 2025, closed January 26th, 2025. So yeah, spottiest shark. Well, kind of my coloration ideas do come from Mr. Giggles over here. It's like, oh, you're back, and you still haven't figured out why they call you a fun guy. Huh? He's like, no, I have no idea why. Uh, why? That's poor Mr. Giggles right there. I forget which level for cheering or bits or whatever he's for, but since he's such a beloved character, we made him one of the characters you get an emoji of. Yeah, slang. It's been open mic night here at the Club Wappleville. The puns are flowing fast. Man, oh man, I'm automatically like gathering up some thinner or whatever to kind of reactivate colors. And then I told him, I'm like, oh, that's right, I don't have to reactivate that color. Yes, indeed, Sleepy Slang. It's also a Aussie Rules football channel, and of course we cover that and college football via the Wappleville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. And again, well, all of those games, I think every single game has kind of gone the opposite the way we wanted to go for the doggies there, Recoil. So far, every single game. Now, of course, they have been largely close. Oh, gee whiz. Well, remember when I said I don't really think that the Bombers are going to pose that much of a problem for Geelong? Yeah, Geelong has basically doubled them up here. And we're midway through the fourth quarter, so I think Geelong is pretty well. They're pretty much secure in the top four now. Now, of course, recoil. There is a certain team that does have a certain game at 4:35 a.m. this morning. So in less than an hour, that would be your ruse. Can they take out the purple? And they have to. We need the ruse. Yeah, that's like the one game we gotta have is the ruse to win. It's getting very confusing, Recoil, because on Facebook I keep getting shown all of these Footscray highlights, and I'm like, I keep thinking like, okay, who is this guy, and when did he start playing on the Bulldogs? It's like, no, that's the Footscray team. I guess is that the VFL team? Yeah, that gets, and then it's even more confusing now, Recoil, because there's U.S. Aussie rules teams. So now I'm seeing like guys in Hawthorne colors playing in a parking lot. Like, what is going on here? Yep, all things Aussie rules is covered here. I need more of that violet. Let me get back over there. We are. That's some more like it. More of that violet all the way down in here. All the way down there too. Van Dyke Brown. Indigo. Oh, that's going to be dark. Yeah, that's genuine indigo there. That is, woof. That's going to be dark. Ah, okay. Ah, that makes more sense there, Recoil. Thanks. Thank you for that. I was like, wait, a what? Well, and then of course there's the women's league. I don't remember which team Daisy played on, the one that does the announcing now. Did I really get my darkest darks in? Let me try some of this here. I mean, that is really, 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 really dark there. Also, up here. Ah, maybe on this helmet here too. Yeah, let's chuck a little bit of that over there. Blending blush. We'll use it here. There we go. So maybe a couple of darks under there too. There. Okay, blending brush right in there. I think, doesn't South Africa and Australia, aren't they doing another test match recoil right now? Actually, I think the Aussies had a big old lead there, and then the South African team has been making a push or something like that. There we are. Because I kept forgetting to ask you there, Recoil, if Mum was watching that. More right there we go. So again, kind of hitting that with our darker red, like some of the stuffs we got up here. And now that we did that, let's reverse course. We're going to take this, and we'll just mix it with our white. It's going to be a different kind of a pink there. And that's just going to go right in there. Now, of course, this is also a wellness channel, right? Because we plenty of exercise advice, and I'll tell you that Pilates bar, I think that that has really yielded some results based on taking that 100+ pound air conditioner and chucking it around like it was a paperweight. That went into the window yesterday, I think. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if that was if Mum was watching that or not. Work some of that pinkish color in a couple other different places here. Oh yeah, definitely not. Because I think I've gotten at least 2 Facebook updates on that. I'm going to say that most folks around here probably don't get Facebook updates on cricket test matches, right, Recoil? Which is hilarious because they're also coming right along with NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Finals highlights too. I do believe today was Game 4 between Indiana and OKC. Actually, Bithron, well, that's right. Well, you got Edmonton Oilers going up against the Panthers. Trying to think of the last time the Flames were in the Stanley Cup. I don't know if that's actually happened. Actually, it's weird to see Edmonton in the Stanley Cup. I mean, yes, in the Gretzky era, fine, they were there all the time, but we're a little past that now. Let me lighten this up a bit more, like you do here. I'm going to see if I can't get one little shot there, my red over there too. Try and bring that back over here again. More of these crazy little whatevers over here. They're not exactly pustules, I don't think. Well, that's gonna be fun. Here, look at this. We're actually doing the We got this kind of a dirty green right here. We're doing a pinkish highlight on top of the dirty green. That's a little color depth, color surprise that we keep talking about if you're going to do the whole contest thing. And you want to get the eye of the judge there. Now you need to do something like that. Now let me go back to a warmer green. I wonder, have we tried, I think we did combo the Indian yellow and the cobalt. No, we have not. We have not done this combo yet. That's it. We'll talk about a Nurgly combo. That is a Nurgly green right there. That we just made. That's the cobalt green and the Indian yellow. That's something we'll have to remember. Could make an interesting orc skin tone also. Yeah. Don't want to lose out on that blue there. Let's not. Let's head over elsewhere here. That Indian yellow certainly turned it very translucent too. Not so sure. You know what? That was. I don't want to leave that there. Wasn't so sure about that crazy green at first, but I think I might just leave that in there. Once again, it's another one of those little kind of color surprise type things. I'm going to try to throw some of that down in here too. So it's generally a blue color. I think you could say... actually, I tend to like something like the Indanthrin blue. What was it? Amethyst blue, I think it was called once. So yeah, that's either that or indigo. I think you could say Indanthrin blue, maybe. There's what is this stuff here? Let me lighten that up a little bit now. And then also maybe make it a little bit more back towards the opaque thing. Yep, that does. There's a whole bunch of little globules of stuff back in here, so we're trying to get something in there. Now let's take this and do a little bit of blending brush again. This is why the hairy sticks are so effective here with the oils. All the way down in there too. I mean, it's weird seeing the cobalt blue out here because I'm looking at that. Go, what blue is that? That is really not something I have seen for quite some time. And boy, that little bit of the I think it was a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale that we had. Boy, that really did make that go from kind of translucent to pretty opaque. I'm gonna drop some more of that down in here too. Come on. I don't know if you can really see what we're doing there, but this says, I think we did a whole bunch of stuff with the darks there. We never really did come back with anything mid-tone or light. Same thing on the back of this guy right here. Oh, thanks, Mom. Appreciate that. Thanks, Mom. Happy, well, definitely happy Saturday now. Heck, for you guys, darn near a happy Sunday. So thank you so much, Mom. Appreciate that. That is going to be very helpful to secure. There's a couple of more files that I have to get. I haven't actually printed anything in a while, but between Jacob's stuff there and the Trench Crusade, yep, we have to pick up some more files. So thank you so much, Mom. That is going to be super helpful. And yeah, Mom, we got some. Well, we got to get ourselves some shrooms at the store. I think that is going to be the first time doing the shroom. I was thinking I had already done them in the air fryer, but no, that was in the slow cooker. So we're gonna find out what happens to probably two big old portobello mushrooms in the air fryer. Working some of that here. Yep, there we go. Oh yeah, that's definitely starting to spicing up right there. We got a whole passel of stuff down in here that needs a little resolution. Maybe not only just that turquoise there. So again, we got kind of a turquoise coloration, but the highlights are a yellowish green. Instead of just, well, okay, we're gonna, lighten the turquoise with a lighter turquoise. It's like, nope, we're going a whole different route with that. Whole different deal. What about on this little squirrely dude back here? Something like that here. Now, one of the advantages to not doing the whole sub-assembly thing is then you're kind of not tempted to maybe highlight the bejesus out of areas that are actually in shadow. So that is something to consider. Now I have to consider here, we got this Perline Crimson. The nice thing about this is with not a whole lot of thinner, I can make this actually be kind of on the thinner side. Now let's see if we can do some eyes on this fungus lady here. Gotta be facing in the right direction. I might just have to sacrifice that to be able to stick my hand on this. Expand that eye a little further. Okay, there we go. And think we got her looking in the right place now. Yep, something like that. A little extra dark there. Now under here, let me. I was gonna do. Let me try the. See, we already did the turquoise up here. I want to try and do the cobalt blue with Severus blue. We'll do that gambit down here. Okay, more Severus blue maybe. Oh, don't get too late. Let's reverse course there, darken that up a little. Okay. We got a whole bunch of stuffs over here we don't have a whole lot on. Also the shoulder, a little bit of that lighter blue there. That might just do it. And continue with this. So again, the cobalt blue. Some of the Severs blue, but both of those are more reddish blue. So we got kind of, again, a greenish blue here, very much a reddish blue over here. Again, turquoise, kind of a greenish blue there. Then it works its way down as we move along here to much more of a reddish blue. Yes, blues can be more reddish or more green. Just like greens can be more yellow or more blue. Now back over here we have a whole bunch of the warmer green and turquoises. I'm going to try and sneak some of this blue back here. Yeah, look at that. We can see it right there now, for sure. Put some of that down over here. Oh yeah, that really does have an effect. Here we got a whole lot of nothing going on. Again, some of our blue over there too. Yeah, that works too. I like that. I'm not sure I've ever done that combo. Severs blue and cobalt blue. I doubt it. I don't even know if they've ever been on the palette at the same time. Except maybe like in a color chart exercise or something. Yeah, well, that's nice and intense down over here too. Oh yeah, let's get some of that all the way over here. So first it goes from the basically as a highlight or a medium light tone on a violet, now over here to a kind of a dirty green, dirty warm green, which means that that cooler blue is really going to stand out over here. The value is almost the same. Actually, speaking of which, let's do a film noir, shall we? We haven't done one of these in a while here. Again, there's plenty of shading, but back here, I mean, that gets really boring. That is super boring there. Until all of our color, panoply of colors start to show up. Look at this. There we go. We finally got to 50%. Yeah, look at that. That looks a little different minus all those colors, doesn't it? Just a little bit different. I'm going to try and find me some more of that blue up in here, maybe even there too. Yep, down in some of the recesses there. Let me work in a little more of that right along that edge there. And then down here. So on the underside of this, we got that violet there. We have not a whole bunch of anything else. We're going to throw some of this blue down here. Color goes somewhere, must go, well, everywhere, right? Drop some of that onto here. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Camda, I had really no true idea what to expect when I was gonna paint these things. And I really haven't had much time to actually look at them. right? To say, okay, this is this, this is this. I mean, the first real look I had at these things was, well, earlier this morning when I was just slapping primer on them. Chuck some of that down in here. Okay, not too much there. Now this up here, we gotta get back in here. Maybe something a little lighter. A teensy bit lighter here. Well, that just got a little bit of the... Here, let me get some more of the straight up white. That's better. I'm gonna try some of this lighter blue, not turquoise. We got the turquoise over here. We're trying to get some blue in here now. Just a little something kind of mid-tone-ish back in there. So 5 hours, 9 minutes ago, this is what we had. And yes, believe it or not, there was pre-glaze. So this might just be the one that we're doing tomorrow. I think this is it. Yeah, I think this is the one that we'll be painting up tomorrow here. Well, it already is tomorrow. So later today. Later today we'll be doing that. Blending brush here. So yeah, Camden, I'm glad that I waited on trying to do these things until I had a little more knowledge of some other stuff first, as far as doing the image generation. I mean, I guess here let's have this up here. Let's see just how obviously the sculpt is different, but I mean we were able to incorporate some things, some of the varieties of the shrooms there. Now the one thing I didn't include was there were some of the blue dots on here. Let me see if that actually might be interesting there. And that's about the only place you'd really see them is over there. That's about it. Let's see. So slang. I wonder. What was the other one? Well, Mini Monster Mayhem or Monster Mini Mayhem. I can never remember which one. It's 3 M's. That's all I know. Triple M Rocks Footy, right? Recoil. Anyways, they would always kind of do some exotic stuff. Lost Kingdoms. Lost Kingdoms also did their fungus people, but holy smokes, they were super, super fragile. Now, they also had like cavalry type things and such. I still would like to print those out. I think I might have even tried to print those back in the day, but I wasn't doing my own supports. And Lost Kingdoms, the one thing they don't do well is supports, like at all. I couldn't resist that one recoil. Heck, their recoil when we're talking about the winter in Australia and what the temperatures were, I kept thinking about install a ream. So Flesh of God's Claymore. Oh, geez, is it another? This is already like part 4 of their Tome of Demons. That's weird. So I guess, wow, okay. I actually haven't seen Sleepy Slang the releases for Archvillain for this month. Yeah, recoil, install a ream. Let's there's more of our blue that we need down in here. Slang. I think they all like. Well, now some of those they like do road maps, right? I know that Medbury does road map. Printing goes ever on does road maps. I think even Kurz like Diwali has a road map, so I think it's not like it's a state secret, right, Slang? Yeah, Slang. This is from either February or March. Yeah, this is not a current release. It's not super old, but it's also not a. It's not definitely not this month. I mean, it's again they've done multiples, right? Agamo Rising has at least 3 different chapters to it, maybe 4. The Vampire folks, they've got at least 3 chapters, if not 4. It's just because I know some they would maybe balk at the idea of the printing stuff, thinking like you're just trying to get cheaper versions of certain miniatures from another company or something like that. It's like, no, actually, what I'm interested in is stuff like this that that other company would never ever do. That's why I like these. Lost Kingdoms, Mini Monster Mayhem. Even I think even Last Sword does some things that are maybe not quite only Warhammer-esque. And of course, Medbury Miniatures does tons of historical stuff. I'm going to try and fish in a little more light here on this shroom. Yeah, boy, I'm not sure that the truffle lights are going to be very happy. Recoil that here I am trying to paint them on stream and I'm basically cooking them up for supper. I'm not sure they're going to be terribly happy about that. They're going to say, wait, what you got in that air fryer over there? Wait a minute, that's Bernie over there. Wait a minute, that was Lenny. See you later there, Arid. Everybody please give Arid a Camwife a follow. Thanks so much for the raid. And Arid, why don't you share your link one more time before you head off to Sleepland? So see you later there, Arid. Again, have a good one. Maybe lighten the edge of that a little. Yeah, I guess. Hey there, Aaron. How you doing? Ah, geez, Aaron. Who is he's got really well. He's got all kinds of fabulous stuff. It's not well. Quartermaster has some good bolt action stuff too. But I guess he's doing some trench. Oh, that's interesting. Looks like he's trying to do Trench Crusade. No, it's not them. Eskis. Yeah, have you ever seen Eskis there, Aaron? Because Eskis Miniature does some really fabulous stuff. I got a whole bunch. I think all of their early war French because I only have a like 10,000 points of early war French, so I needed to get more. But between the artillery, the transports, the vehicles, he even has civilians. Aaron. So like again for clogging the roads or whatever. Yeah, he's got civilians too. And I think those printed out very well. So yeah, that is it's what is it? ES. Gee whiz, come on now. ESKICE miniature. And that's on my mini factory. Let me do some of this here. There we go. Oh, that's right. I printed out some of his resistance figures. That too. That's right. Now we need to. Oh boy, just sneak in a little something, something here. Not too much. That is almost borderline too much over there. As far as that, we need to have some shadow in some places here. Yeah, Aaron, those, and of course he's got lots of terrain as well. At least I think so, if I remember right. So yeah, Eskis is really fantastic again. I hopefully eventually we're able to get more of those. And I think the priest supports were good too, if I remember right. So yeah, check that out on my mini factory for folks looking for all kinds of fabulous historical figs. I'll never forget. Oh geez, they well first I tried making my own Laughley anti-tank units with the pick 'em up trucks, and then I tried making the machine gun version, just trying to sculpt those by hand. That was kind of a nightmare. Then I tried getting some of the original 3D printed ones. Well, they printed them practically on FDM printer and then cast them, so those were pretty nasty for sure. And working a little something more. There we go. All right. So he's got all kinds of really. Wow, look at this! I see the U.S. paratroopers there with the parachute. Aaron. And there's even a guy with a parachute. So I know I have this entire French early war army. There's even the wagon. I forgot about the wagon. You got the Hotchkiss teams. You got the 75 millimeter gun. You got the that's right. He had the 155 millimeter howitzer. That was another thing I scratch built. So yeah, Aaron, I think I might. Who knows? Maybe we get that and we do an army painting series on that. We put him in some bocage or something like that type terrain. Working in a little bit more of our light blue down here. Ooh, that's way too much. Blending brush to the rescue. Takes a bunch of that away. Bingo. Let's get over here now. And up there. We had a whole lot of. We just put that massive amount of dark in there. Now we're trying to work back a little bit of mid-tone. Also here we need something for his fingers. It's got the. Oh, it says the Free French and Resistance. Actually, Aaron, I have the. Were they resin? No, they're metal. They were actually the Perry brothers. I forget who that I can't remember. These are again old school metal figures, but Vichy French. Nice to see you there, Goring. Appreciate you being here. So Goring, you are seeing also here. You're seeing a preview of a video that will be coming to the Patreon page where we paint one of these things, and also we'll be covering some of the AI image generation like we did here to try and get the figure out not just this color scheme, but 4 completely different color schemes based on actual funguses. So believe it or not, the origin of all these crazy wacky colors here comes from actual photos of real fungi there. Let me push some of that down here. And actually, Goring, if you wanted to share any of your oil painted stuff in the chat there, please go ahead and do that if you wanted to. Okay, that might just be it then. Gotta. Nope, let's do some dark in there. We will use this here brush. Again, that's that indanthrone blue we were talking about, and we're going to do that there. Again, very much a pin line wash. Even now at this stage, still able to utilize the pin line wash, which is handy because that also is not going to start mixing our stuff around, right? Because if we try and do that like a traditional glaze, well, that's not going to work so well because it's just going to activate and push around what's already there, and that's probably not what you want. See, I'm just touching it there, and see it just kind of expands out all on its own. Well, Goring, here you go. You could replicate what we did on our Tau ships. And there was actually a tutorial video on those too. Yeah, it was part of our paintings. Well, no, it was a painting small scale, but it was an eBay rescue subset. There again, just taking this with enough thinner to turn it into a pin line wash, and that's something that can take a little while to learn with the oils. Is okay, just how much thinner does it take to make something into a pin line wash? Because every color is different. That's the other thing that people kind of have a little difficult time at first with the oils is the wide difference in opacities and consistencies between paints. Yeah, so definitely was an eBay salvage for sure type of thing there. Because those things were in bad shape when I got them. And now again, courtesy of Recoil, we're doing another eBay rescue, and I do believe that's up on the Patreon page now, actually. I think it is. Again, doing that pin line wash thing in here. Goran, there's actually, I think it's a much older video. I think it might be part of the Painting Pyramid series. But I think if you look up maybe one of the early freehand episodes, Painting Pyramid and Freehand, that might actually show up. And that's it's an acrylic video because we're talking about 2012 or 2013 when I filmed that. But yeah, there is a video just on that specific pattern that's not a BFG ship. So candle. What is this for? I think it's Tome of Demons. I'm pretty sure. Let me look at my thing. Yeah, Tome of Demons, Volume 4. And I'm pretty sure one of the earlier volumes was definitely kind of a nurgly type of thing. Where's my... Ah, there's my Van Dyke Brown. Now maybe less than here. This is almost... It's not out of the tube consistency, but it's way less glazy than what we just used. Because this here is almost a little bit of a dry brush type of a thing here. To get a little stronger with some of these darks here, especially over here where that's kind of in shadow anyways. Blending a brush there. So yeah, actually I went and I collected about, well, it was probably about 30 different references overall if you count all the little sub pictures of different tree fungi and all that kind of stuff. And then we brought it into the AI and brought in these the actual renders of the images and said colorize it. I did say it to this one, emphasize the blues and violets. And again, you can see it gave me different permutations. It kind of messes up the figure because it doesn't really know what the heck it's looking at. So see you later there, Rico. Enjoy some rugbies. Well, since it's getting to be, well, it's 4:30 in the morning here, I think I might also, we might be looking for some raiding folks here. Let's see who is available here. I haven't actually looked in quite some time. Let's see. Okay, that's, we're also looking for an English language one here. Lots and lots of French, of course. Well, let me see what happens when we do a filter on that. So see you later there, Recoil, and thank you so much, Mom. Appreciate you being here, and of course the contribution. I don't know if that actually did something there. Nope, that's Spanish. That's not going to help too much. No, not maybe this one here. Okay. Are they actually painting? Oh, wait a minute. It looks like Brushmaster is getting going here. Okay, yeah, that Brushmaster. There we are. Okay. We can head over Brushmaster's way. So I want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. We got another one of these to do, and it most likely will be this one right here. A whole different color scheme from this, though. Okay, each of these is supposed to be kind of dramatically different from the other. So thanks again, everybody. I'm going to get a raid countdown underway because that takes a little while here. So see everybody again, well, later today. Later today, we're going to be doing some more of these crazy truffle lights, as we're going to call them. So thanks again, everybody.